cost to run the ARPA programs throughout their lifetime. So that leaves 49 million. Yesterday, the board funded 3 non-water sewer projects. So now the amount remaining available is $48.2 million for the board to give in funding today. The board also moved 15 applications from the recommended no funding list to the list for consideration for today, which is an additional $34.1 million in requests. Today we have some help for y'all if you need it. We have the State Budget Office. Director Hibbert is here with some folks from the State Budget Office. We also have DEQ and Water Development to help answer any questions. We have updated the recommended funding lists and the actions of the board on tables that have been put up on the OSLI website. So if people want to find those and follow along, they'll kind of see what the board did yesterday. Before we get started today, Mr. Chairman, it's been recommended that the board do a brief executive session to receive legal advice pursuant to Wyoming Statute 164405.
Thank you, Madam Director, and thank you again for everybody being patient with us. It's a slow process, but we are doing our best. Members of the board, you've heard the director's comments. If it meets with your approval, I would entertain a motion to go into a brief executive session.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we go into executive session for the purpose of receiving legal advice.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there support for the auditor's motion? It's been seconded by the superintendent. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Mr. Secretary, did you vote aye?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We are going to executive session, Madam Director. I believe you have secured another room so people can relax here, watch the great video screen. We're going to run a great movie for you.
Sure,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman, yep.
Director, I think we're back on. Mr. Bump, I have the same issue I did yesterday, so if you could send me a link. Appreciate it. And so, Madam Director, the floor is yours. I note, for the record, I note that the treasurer has joined us, so we have a full quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe we are ready for the board to consider the applications recommended for funding on the new and updated list from yesterday, where 15 additional projects were moved over from the recommended do not fund list. And so I'm not sure how you wish to address it, if you're going to take public comment, but I would yield the floor back to you. And
All right. Thank you. Members of the board, as you know, yesterday we went through and made a recommendation to not fund some of the applications we didn't feel met the needs of this program, but we wanted to make sure people understood that that doesn't mean they're ineligible for future programs or other consideration. So that is as it may be. There are a few other programs that are coming along that are not quite fully ripe yet. One of them is an IIJA, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill. We haven't seen the funding yet on that. There's also an HHS program and a water and sewer program. So members of the board, that sort of sets the framework for where we begin today. I don't have a particular preference in terms of how we approach this. I guess from my standpoint, we have some, how many do we have? 42 projects. Ms. Blackwell, is that correct to think about? 45?
45, sir.
45. And we are oversubscribed by about 15 million, something like that.
We received applications totaling over $158 million.
Okay, and we have 40.
49 million to award.
Okay, okay. Very good. All right. So members of the board, your thoughts, do you want to start at the top of the list? We have them ranked, at least on my green sheet. And we can start from the top, or we can start somewhere else. Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I was having a conversation with the auditor yesterday, and I just think we go one by one and see who's here. And I think that's important too, to see who's going to talk about the project. So that's my opinion, kind of like how we did it after the initial motions yesterday.
Right. Perfect. The question, I guess, remains though, do we want to start at the top or do we want to start down near the bottom?
Mr. Chairman, I agree with the secretary, and I voiced that before. At the end of the day, we try to get around doing anything other than just top at the bottom and going through them. However, I do think we could dispense positively with maybe some of the lower dollar ones initially, if there would be entertainment for that. I don't feel strongly either way, but recognizing that I think the roads might be open, and probably the sooner some of these folks can be safely home would be better, but whatever you think.
That sounds fine to me, either approach. Madam Superintendent, I'll ask you, and then I'll ask the treasurer. And then if there is appetite to consider the low-funded possibilities, we can do that as well. I'd recommend that as a consent list and then a motion. Madam Superintendent, any particular approach you'd like to take?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I do think it's important for us to have public comment in all of these. I do see that there are 8 requests that are under $1 million each and that rank 18 or higher. And so that might be a break point if we would like to do that, but I'm also happy to just go through the list as well.
Perfect. Mr. Treasurer?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think there's if we go through the list one by one, we're not going to get to the bottom, and I don't know whether this will be like the House or Senate. We just leave them on there and they die. I just so I think we need to cut to the chase on some of these, and I agree that that's, I think, a good first cut are those under $1 million. There's a few that are at $1 million or a little bit over that I think I could contemplate after the superintendent does hers.
Okay. Yeah, and for those in the audience, they won't die today. Just so you know, we'll get through these until our funding is done. That's my commitment. So, auditor or secretary or superintendent, it appeared you had some ideas about what a grouping could be, and here's what I would recommend: that we set up a consent list, and that we put that consent list together. I would then like to solicit public comment on the projects, and I'll use the wisdom of a former governor who says, you know, if you really do feel if it's on the consent list, probably it's going to be funded. And if that's the case, if you really feel a need to talk to it, you're certainly welcome to, but there's a risk that it then raises the issue and it might come off that consent list. So just want to give you a forewarning there. So, Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, shall I proceed with
Sure.
starting a consent list? So again, these would be projects that are under $1 million but have a ranking score of 18 or higher. The first would be application number 7, Town of Lyman, for $398,032.
Okay.
The second would be the Town of Meeteetse, application 14 for $671 and $8.
And what, you have the town of Pinedale also.
Yes, I have that marked, excuse me. Application 11, Town of Pinedale, 452, 659. Then to the Town of Meeteetse, 14. Next, 15, Town of Basin for 768, 432. Next is number 20, City of Evanston for 392, 140. Then dropping down to application 30, Town of Pinedale for 771, 400. And 30,
Alpine,
excuse me, what did I say?
Pinedale.
Pinedale, excuse me, Alpine. And then second, 34, Town of Big Piney, 296,000. And lastly, 27, Town of Burlington for 840,000.
Okay, members of the board, you've heard the proposed consent list. Is there support for the proposed consent list?
Second?
That motion's been made by the superintendent, seconded by the auditor. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I think number 15, the Town of Basin, they requested more than the 1,392,348, and the recommended amount was 768,342. The recommended amount is less than $1 million, but I didn't know about the requested amount, what the story was on that.
Okay, Mr. Treasurer, I will take that as a potential withdrawal from the consent list. Does that make sense? And that way we can approach Basin as a conversation topic, if you would like them to.
Okay, I think that's appropriate, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Further discussion? Further discussion. So, Madam Superintendent, can you go through your list one more time?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Application 7 for the Town of Lyman, $398, $32.
Yep.
Number 11, Town of Pinedale, 452, 659. Town of Meeteetse, which is application 14, 671, 008. Number 20, City of Evanston, 392, 140. Application 30, Town of Alpine, 771, 400. Number 34, Town of Big Piney, 296,000. And lastly, number 27, Town of Burlington, 840,000.
All right. Does that comport, Madam Auditor, with your, okay, so that, I will now call for the vote. All in favor of the consent list as enumerated, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We have a consent list. Staying true to form of those towns, is there anyone here who would like to approach to speak to any of the particular projects on the consent list? Hearing none. And Mr. Bump, I guess we do have town alignment on, I'm sorry.
Hello, this is Gareth Powell, the town engineer, and also Jared Crane, the Public Works Director for the town of Lyman.
Yes. We can hear you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and board. We appreciate this opportunity, appreciate the chance to apply for this grant. Currently, our sewer lagoons are not compliant with discharge parameters, and so this project would enable us to get us under those discharge parameters and meet those parameters. And we also have a senior living center that's going to be coming into Lyman, which also is greatly going to impact us. So we're really wanting to get this under control and taken care of before that facility comes within the town of Lyman. Does the board have any questions for us?
I don't see any unless there are. So thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman.
And again, if you feel like you have to approach, feel free. I don't see any, so I would entertain a motion to adopt the director's recommendations it's been moved by the secretary. Is there support for that motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll second, but I would note that I think we want to do fund and not necessarily director's rec.
Right,
Because
okay.
on those.
Perfect. Yep.
Second.
All right. Second, thank you for the correction. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries for those projects. All right. Do we want to start walking down from the top of the list at this point? Okay. So on my list, the first is the town of Shoshone, Well House and Wells, priority 1 of 2. Is Mayor Joel here? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Highsmith. Is there any question for the mayor? Is there any question? Hearing none?
No, Mr. Chairman?
I would.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of an amount for Shoshone of $1,309,002. That encompasses the Well House and Wells and the
So you're combining.
SCADA system. I am combining those two in essence. They are both very, very, I know they split them at the last moment to make sure the scores didn't muddy each other, and it turns out they both are direly needed. They both score a 23, so that combines the request of $1,050,872, and then just the little baby request of $258,130. And I can give you a number if that's helpful.
Okay, that motion has been made.
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carries. Next, we have the town of Lusk. Item 1030, water and sewer infrastructure.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board.
Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for considering our application today. I'll just give you a quick overview. I know you're busy here today. So our preliminary engine report on phase one, we're into a major infrastructure project in Lusk. We'd like to new water and sewer and streets in the whole town. We're working partnership with USDA. We've raised our rates, I think, 4 times since 2020. We have a built-in 2% increase annually to support everything. We did go to the county commissioners and get their blessing to vote on a specific purpose tax in our county, which passed handily. So we do have community support on this. The initial numbers on the engineering numbers pre-pandemic, I believe, for our phase one was just over 6 million. And we had to go after extra funding. And at the end of the day, basically the final costs were at 12 million. We had to scale that project back somewhat. We felt the pandemic increase on that was roughly 35%. We moved forward on that. We are now kind of in the middle of phase two. We used the phase one numbers, which were originally just over $11.5 million. The bid came in at 18 million. We had to scale that project back roughly 35%, which is kind of what brings us here today. So, any further questions? I would love to entertain them.
No, thank you. Do you know where your rates lie, sort of within the?
I do. We increased, I believe, our water roughly $13.59 to where they're at now, which is at, bear with me. Our water rates now are at $35.47 a month. And then of course there's additional charges per thousand after that. And our wastewater are at $32.90 with the same additional overages on that.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Blackwell, where does that fit sort of in the state norm?
Mr. Governor, without having an overall picture of where everyone stands, it's hard to say. I've seen higher rates, I've seen lower rates, would be my answer. Maybe I could defer to our technical assistants at DEQ. They may have more insight into what is a typical water and sewer rate around the state.
Okay, thank you. And I'm not trying to be harsh.
No.
It's just a very large request, so.
Yeah. And I know moving forward will be other phases, and I know that the mayor and council are committed to, we realize what they're gonna have per phase, they're gonna have to go up.
Right,
So
okay.
we're just trying to not drop the hammer on the public too fast.
I appreciate that. Mr. Treasurer.
Just your specific use tax, is that a sales tax, and how much does it bring in?
It's a 1% sales tax, and I think it's obligated for the town of Lusk for 18 million.
No, I'm wondering how much do you get in taxes on your 1% a year?
To this point,
No, just on an annual basis, what's your revenue on a 1% sales tax?
I'm sorry, I can't answer that. I don't know.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. Can you talk to us a little bit? I mean, this is, a significant project and higher than many that we're considering. And so can you talk to us a little bit about if that were to be partially funded, what that would do to the project? What's kind of a threshold, and could the project be reworked if it was funded less than the full amount?
I'm sure it could. So where we sit now is when we scale back to 35%, we'd like to pick up where we left off on that. It's engineered, we're shovel ready, we're just waiting for weather. And like I said, we're working with partnership with USDA to help finish out the phase 2 project. So I'm not sure how that would affect our, we're using USDA for the match, or as a match. We have in the past anyway. I don't know how it would affect that, but if we had to, I'm sure we could. We'd like to move forward, but I understand with the number of applications you do have.
And I appreciate that you brought up USDA. So you're using this to some degree as match for the USDA?
Yeah, we haven't secured it for this round, but we are working with them currently at this time.
I see. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Members of the board, your thoughts, or do you want to hear from, I see Keenan over there, if he wants to give us some idea. Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Keenan Hendon, DEQ for Wyoming Water Wastewater Permitting. With regards to the question on rates, essentially, Tonalust's rates are 2% of medium, excuse me. There we go. They're 2% of medium household income, which is about in line with what EPA recommends for water and sewer rates. So Tonalust is kind of right in line with where they should be for their water and sewer rates with what they proposed and presented today.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Gannon? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
There's the board. Any further discussion? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer.
I would recommend an amount of $5 million with the understanding that this amount does not make Lusk ineligible for the next round of funding, and that as we move through the process, if there's any left on the table, that we consider adding to the $5 million at the end of the process.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there support for the treasurer's motion? It's been seconded by the secretary. Just because, is the town of Lusk still here? Yeah, please, I'm sorry, sir. Can you just give us a sense of what that does to your project? I think it's pretty straightforward, but
The
reduction of $2 million off the request.
We'll just work it in. I mean, we'll keep moving
Okay.
forward. We'll just, if we got to scale back a little, we'll scale back to fit the dollar amount.
And we do have reason to believe that there will be additional funding that comes later that could make you whole.
We would appreciate that.
Okay. All right, further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Ms. Blackwell, I know you keep track, we're early in this process, but you do keep track of where our balance is. And so periodically, as we go through this list, we may ask for an update. Oh, I made a mistake. I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. And we don't have to have that now. I just wanted to make sure we were there. The secretary reminds me that I moved beyond Park County. My apologies to Park County. 1074 Park County, new septage receiving and treatment facility for $2 million. Is the town of Cody here? Or Park County? Is Park County here? Park County. One more. Okay, let's put that on hold, and if somebody can reach out to Park County to see if anybody can join us by Zoom, we'll take that up later with no objection from the board. Hearing no objection, we'll move on to the town of Lyman.
We funded that.
Oh, we did, okay, sorry. City of Cheyenne, Van Buren Avenue Storm and Sewer Interceptor for $1 million. And your request was for 1.9 million and the recommendation is for 1 million.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, good morning. Tom Cobb, City Engineer for the City of Cheyenne. I'm doing this on behalf of the mayor. He couldn't be here today. I know he wanted to be. Again, good morning, Chairman Gordon and members of the State Land Investment Board. Before you and for your consideration is the Van Buren Storm Sewer Project. This project is a public-private partnership with a local housing developer. The importance and eligibility of this project can be summarized with the following points. The project has been identified for infrastructure development for the safety of residents and businesses in the area. Stormwater drainage is critical to mitigate flood risk and reduce the amount of runoff and runoff pollution. The system is designed to accommodate the 50-year storm, which provides significantly more flood protection for our benefit of our area, including downstream portions of the city and the county, which are currently impacted. The project area is located within a federally designated opportunity zone, and stormwater mitigation will facilitate continued economic growth by providing the ability to expedite a housing and affordable housing development project, which will support 137 single-family homes, 13 acres of multifamily, along with 2 other future developments along Dell Range. The design is complete, and the project is ready to move forward for construction, bidding, and installation. As you stated, Governor, the request is, we requested 50% or 1.9 million of the 3.9 that it was that we've estimated. The current recommendation is currently at $1 million. And thank you for your time and consideration in this matter, and I'll take any questions you might have, sir.
All right, thank you.
Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
So I want to have a better understanding of this project. Is it primarily for new subdivision development, or is it to satisfy existing homes?
Mr. Chairman, through you, sir. Both, sir. For both.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Treasurer. Further questions? Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, was there any, the reduction from 1.9 to 1 million, was there a particular reason for that, or?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Auditor, the purpose of that was to make them even with Casper, since those 2 large entities both received a substantial amount of direct ARPA funding. I believe Casper received 9 million and the city of Cheyenne received 12 million. So we felt like to make the dollar go a little further and to help the little guys, that was the purpose.
And Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, the reduction, the project still moves forward. Is that your?
Mr. Chairman, through you, yes, ma'am. It's still going to move forward.
And Mr. Chairman, sorry, one more follow-up. A little bit of an awkward question. It didn't sound like BOPU was aware of this project or aware it had been submitted. I was just surprised that they weren't, and this may be just my ignorance. Are they not involved?
Mr. Chairman, through you, Madam, I don't know exactly what the communication line were, but we were aware of the 2 projects. I think he felt like they were, I did listen yesterday. I think he felt like they were independent of us and they didn't come in together. So I think that was just some miscommunication.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was my question.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions?
Yeah.
Mr.
Chairman.
Treasurer.
I think if we just gave them the $1 million, they'd still be far ahead of Casper, so I don't think that affects any of our subsequent decisions on Casper. And $1 million would be roughly 20% to the cost of this project. Is that right?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, I think that even though it has some new housing to it, we're only providing, if it had $1 million, we're only providing 20%. I think that's a reasonable ratio factor to apply to the existing homes and residencies in that area. So I would make the motion, Mr. Chairman, that we approve $1 million for the city of Cheyenne for the Van Buren Avenue Storm and Sewer Interceptor.
That motion's been made by the treasurer. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Is there discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carries. Madam Director, I'm hoping in some way we can notify Cody that we'll come back to them at some point.
Mr. Chairman, we will work on that.
Okay, thank you. With that, we will move on to the City of Buffalo, Sunset Avenue Water and Sewer Lines, $2,427,250. Is someone here from Buffalo? My good friend Les. Let me ask you, Les, to turn the button on.
That'll be better. This project is fairly important to us. The sewer line, we've had some losses due to flooding basements, and the water line has had several breaks on it. And not only that, but the MDU gas line is right on top of the water line. So we're gonna move the water line to the other side of the street.
Very
which
good.
will
Any,
be very helpful.
thanks. Any questions for Mr. Hook? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you, Madam Auditor.
I would move Director's Rec on item number 9, City of Buffalo for Sunset Avenue Water and Sewer Lines.
Thank you. Is there support for the auditor's motion? It's been seconded by the secretary. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
It's my intent as we get down to about 19, where our rankings drop off after 19, that we'll start keeping track of what our balance is. Fair enough? All right. Next, we have the town of Pinedale. Pinedale inflow and infiltration reduction. I'm sorry, water collections, sorry, Kemmer Diamondville water collection system improvements. Please.
Yield our time. We stated everything. Unless board, so that's more questions.
Okay. Any questions? The time is yielded. What is the pleasure of the board? I'm sorry? No, Pinedale we did. My pencil moved for my place marker. So we're on Kemmer Diamondville.
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
I'll make a motion. I don't know if I'll have support or not, but I'm going to give it a try. I think their case was very compelling in the factors we consider. I think the issues that they have coming down the pike are unique to their community. So I am going to move an amount for Kemmer Diamondville in the amount of $3,557,809.
And by that, I assume you're taking both the
Water
priority number
collection.
1 of 2 and priority number 2 of
That is
2.
correct.
You don't want Kemmer and Diamondville to come to blows in the middle of this.
It's ugly when they come to blows, so.
Right,
So
okay.
I'm trying to avoid that, and then, so that's wastewater collection systems improvements and water collection systems improvements.
All right. Is there support for the auditor's motion?
Second for discussion.
The motion's been seconded for discussion. So discussion. Yes, madam.
Mr. Chairman, I understand the auditor's explanation for this. I mean, I do feel like it's a compelling case with an ever-growing community and a lot of economic development that's occurring there. I know that there were some questions yesterday about federal funding and the ability to receive match funding. And Governor, I think you had asked for some of those. And so I don't know if you had any other thoughts on that per se, or if the folks from Kemmer did.
What?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Connolly, yes.
in reference to your question yesterday,
Yes.
Superintendent, we back-checked on where we were at on the DOE type of stuff, and we're running into great resistance, so we have nothing in the works because of that. And we've reached out in 4 or 5 different venues and trying to get not only this type of money to come through with it, but matching funds. And so we don't have anything we can definitively tell you we've got coming through, but we're working on it with everything we've got. I don't know if you can.
Okay. So Commissioner, DOE has these coal commission, whatever they're called, coal impacted communities that are attempting to get those funding sources out. What I guess I'm wondering about is if there was a reduction. I think the auditor's motion was for $3,557,809. Is that correct? You combined the two?
Yes.
If we were to reduce that
Take her down to an even 3.
to an even 3, would that be problematic?
I'll yield.
Okay, thank you.
The number of people.
And this is, and I mentioned this jointly because, one is we have the DOE funds coming, and I know you have a tremendous amount of infrastructure you're going to have to do beyond just this, so I do appreciate that. But secondly, we have an additional tranche, hopefully on the way, that can be used for making you whole again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, if we were to make that adjustment, we could work with that. As you stated, we're still working with the federal government and other agencies trying to come up with some additional funding. But yeah, if you went with the reduced amount, we could make that work.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, I make a motion to amend that motion to an even 3 million.
So that motion has been made by the treasurer to amend to.
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. We are going to vote on the amendment. Is there any discussion on the amendment?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Madam.
I think that this seems reasonable to me, and it makes me feel better about the ability to look for other funding. I mean, I do again agree with the auditor that this is exactly the type of project we need to be funding that is preparing that infrastructure for incoming populations. So, but I do think this allows other opportunities for bites at the apple. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Further discussion? Further discussion? Hearing none, voting on the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, the motion is amended. We will now vote on the motion.
Mr. Chairman, I had one little more discussion.
Okay, discussion.
One question, and just sort of for my comfort, one of the one thing that gave me a little bit of pause yesterday is multiple times the word Band-Aid was used. And to, excuse me again for sounding ignorant, those are some expensive Band-Aids. Is it not better to, give me some comfort that we're not, that this isn't the equivalent of, gosh, we're dumping money into the 30-year-old pickup truck that's broken down 17 times.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Auditor, when I stated Band-Aids, with the influx of upcoming population, right now we've got 42-year-old pumps. So when I stated Band-Aid, instead of repairing those 42-year-old pumps, we're replacing one pump instead of replacing 4 pumps. We are taking a 20-foot section of pipe and just fixing that pipe instead of extending it all the way out to the current lift station. We're not just, not just going the entire mile for that. We're just taking short sections and fixing those sections that have, 2 or 3 bands on them.
Okay, thank you. Any further? Okay. All right, voting on the amended motion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Nays? That motion carries. Thank you, congratulations.
Mr. Chairman, we've made a couple big purchases here in water and sewer. I'm just wondering where we're at right now.
Mr.
All
Chairman.
right. Yep. Honor the treasurer's request, and then Superintendent, I'll follow you. Ms. Sewell or Ms. Blackwell.
Mr. Chairman, the amount available is $31,669,179.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Superintendent.
All good, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. Um, I'm prepared to move on to the City of Cody Tree Street waterline replacement. And if they can speak, if there's anyone here from Cody or Park County. Cody or Park County.
Mr. Chairman, staff has attempted to call Park County and there's no answer to the phones. I believe they've tried to send an email, and as of right now, I don't think we've received a response. So I'm not sure if there's something going on up there or exactly what's happening.
I think Yellowstone is due for a big eruption or something. Okay, well, we'll keep trying. We'll move on. I urge the members of this board to keep in mind those are two very large requests that we should probably take a moment to look at. Moving on then to Town of Ten Sleep, water and sewer to outlying users, $4,349,877. Is there any, please, Chris Lidstrom. Thank you. Oh, okay. Yeah, Mayor Beckley, let me recognize you first. You have Mr. Lidstone here in the audience, but we'll give the floor to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Board, all I really have to say, I'll leave all the details to Chris as he's right there in the room. This is a very important project to the town of Ten Sleep. We are landlocked. We have very limited housing. We need a lot more housing. This opportunity, this project would allow us the possibility of doing that, of adding another 15, maybe 18 possible lots that we would be able to do. We have done what we can in terms of keeping our rates up. We have another scheduled rate increase coming up this next budget year. We just don't have the ability in such a small community as ours to raise this type of money to replace a 40-plus-year-old water line and add sewer out there. And adding the sewer is necessary for us to be able to provide this housing. Our housing is, like most of Wyoming, has gone up considerably and disappeared after COVID. We were always tight before, but it's even more so now. And we need to be able to provide that to our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beckley. And just for my information, you have a new school kind of being considered. Do you have any idea of timetable on that?
They had a presentation last night to the community on what it was. They have selected a builder. My understanding is they are planning on breaking ground late this spring, early summer.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lidstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Yep.
That works. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, first of all, I'd like to thank you all for your time and certainly for the work that staff and Beth Blackwell have done in reviewing all these applications. I know what a tough time frame that was, and I appreciate all the efforts that's gone forth from the staff. So I'm the town engineer. My name is Chris Lidstone, and I represent several small towns in Wyoming, which Ten Sleep is one of them. You know, one thing to kind of keep in mind with Ten Sleep, and I'm really having attended the November session, the whole concept of average median household income, and Ten Sleep is number 8 in the state, you know, from the bottom up. So they don't have a lot of money, so that's where, when we look at the cost of this project, you know, I went through yesterday seeing where we could cut costs and so forth, and really we've got minimum amount to work with. And we do work within our rates. We've got 40-year-old failing water line the reason why this project is so expensive, that water line happens to be 5,000 feet, you know? So we're talking about out-of-town users who've been served by the town of Ten Sleep for the last, well, since the mid-1970s. And so it's pretty critical to replace that water line. As Mayor Beckley has said, we've also got some issues associated with needing sewer out there. Right now, we're all on septic and leach fields, and so we've got a sewer force main coming into this project. So that's kind of the quick details on the project. I'm happy to answer any questions. I've got detailed costs and so forth. The town has gone forward with working with an engineering firm, HDR, Cheyenne and Gillette are the engineer that'll be working with me and the town of Ten Sleep. So,
Mr. Lidson, are they looking at expanding then to the east or to the southeast?
Project is to the south, to the southeast. Is coming across Ten Sleep Creek and about 3,000 feet behind that. We're partnered with YDOT. YDOT's actually helping provide us surveying. YDOT's actually said we need 4 houses because there's an affordable housing issue in Ten Sleep right now. And so we're going past the YDOT shop, providing water to the YDOT shop, as well as going down to the Shriver subdivision, which is existing, and then this 18 acres of town property adjacent to it.
Very good, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this being our third largest request, significant project. And so can you tell us a little bit about if there was to be partial funding, if you could still continue forward or what that would look like?
With partial funding, I mean, there's, when I went through my arithmetic last night or yesterday, you know, we've got a distribution main between well 1 and well 2, which I had added to this project. Because of the school system, they tested all of our hydrants, you know, with the new school coming in. And we found that we had lower pressures on the east side of town and then clearly south of Ten Sleep Creek. So the purpose of that distribution main was basically to improve our fire hydrant pressures. That allowed me to take about $350,000 off of the application. Other than that, I mean, what you'd end up doing is basically cutting out the sewer. The sewer's actually got a lift station because we have to bring the sewer across Ten Sleep Creek because our lagoons are actually on the north side of Ten Sleep Creek. And so we need to bring the sewer underneath the creek and so forth. So, I mean, if it's a significant change, we would basically have to cut one or the other out of there. So, Mayor Beckley, do you want to answer any of that question?
The only thing I would add is it would, aside from replacing the water out there to the existing subdivision, we own a piece of property out there that, as he mentioned, YDOT wants us to subdivide to add so they have some housing out there. Without the sewer, my attorney tells me that I can't annex the property. It's not part of the town. We can't, essentially it would kill the project from the perspective that we are trying to provide the housing and help grow the town and increase our potential revenue stream. So it really feels like it's an all or nothing kind of thing for me.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is directed at both of you. I mean, we have more money coming. You know, I think the intent would be to supplement any distribution here to get you to the level. I mean, what's your time frame? When would you need to have other funds to move forward with construction?
From an engineering standpoint, we hope to have our, what we call in the engineering world, our 90% plans pulled together by summer of 2023. And we're hoping to be bidding this job in the fall of 2023 and go into construction probably in the spring of 2024. get our funds obligated in accordance with our ARPA requirements. So.
Thanks. Further, Mr. Treasurer.
Are you oversizing any of this for future development past the 18 acres?
Currently our water line going out there is an 8-inch line. We're replacing the 8-inch line, which probably provides us plenty of water for, and Shriver, the existing subdivision that's out there that's served by water and does not have sewer currently, is 24 homes in that area. And then probably the 18-acre parcel that the mayor was talking about is potentially about 17, 18 potential homes. So that water and sewer line will pick up the 3 shops, buildings en route to Shriver. It's certainly a size for anything in the future too, so.
So I'm going to try to be brief, but you're going to put in a water line. How long has the existing water line been there for the Shriver addition?
The developer of the Shriver subdivision in 1974 installed that water line. The town took that water line over more or less 2003, 2004, basically. Developer's been long gone, and effectively we took it over. It's been problematical probably since we began with it, so.
So, Mr. Chairman, I believe that Wyoming Water Development can do that main line. So it's necessarily I'm thinking that can you tell us what the price of the sewer is going to be?
Excuse me?
What's the price of the sewer in this project?
Probably the sewer portion of the project, potable water main is $370,000. Water distribution, which water development does not cover distribution, but distribution is about $370,000, and these are construction costs. And then you get certainly miscellaneous as well. So I'd say roughly the water portion of this is probably close to $900,000.
Sewer is about 900,000.
No, water is about 900,000.
And the
Sewer is a big part of it because you got 2 lift stations. You've got a bore underneath Ten Sleep Creek coming underneath it to go to the lagoons there on the north side. So.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mayor Beckley, please.
Yes, I'm sorry. The only, my concern about going elsewhere to try to fund part of this is the delay that's going to create in getting that funding. We have a timetable. Of course, obviously, we're not going to get this done as fast as I want it, but we certainly have a set deadline on when the project has to be finished in order for the ARPA funds. If we're having to go out and look elsewhere and try to find some other grants and so forth, that's going to delay all of that. Putting in the water and sewer through the right of way together is a much more efficient way of doing this than trying to piecemeal the program. So while I appreciate that there may be some partial funding available elsewhere, it's not, it would severely impact this project if we have to go look.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I would just note that there seems to be a tremendous amount of activity in Ten Sleep now. A lot of new houses, big houses going in. And certainly with the Ten Sleep Brewery and what 10 Sleep Canyon's turned into, although I will note climbers don't generally do much except drink beer, so. But you are seeing a tremendous amount of growth. Let me ask you a quick question on that. Just being mindful of, the fact it's a fairly large request. If we were to round that out, and I'm not suggesting this, I'm just asking, if we were rounded out to 4 million even, would that challenge your project?
It would challenge us. We worked pretty hard to come up with the 16% that we put in here. I can't say that we can probably make that work. Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Litzum, do you want to comment on that too? Or?
No, and I agree with what the mayor is saying is, we appreciate anything that the board will work with us on. And we will, I think that probably falls within my framework of eliminating the distribution main between well 1 and well 2, so.
Okay, thank you. Pleasure of the board. Further questions, comments? Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, I just due to the size of this request, I wouldn't mind leaving it to a little bit later in the meeting. But if there are other desires, that's fine as well.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm doing the math here and I'd say anything over 3 million, we're going to have to make some tough decisions at the end. So I think our two choices, well, I had 3 choices, just do the 4 million, maybe do a lower amount and then come back at the end, or just leave it and do it all as part of a last motion or towards the end, once we get a better idea on where we're at on some of these other projects. And frankly, who's going to actually be here to defend their projects? I think that affects my decision-making. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Auditor, I appreciate your recommendation. However, I also note that we get cranky as the day goes on. So, I'll ask one more time: Is there a motion to be made here?
Mr. Chairman, if I may?
Yes, Mayor.
I just wanted to, I guess, campaign maybe just a tiny bit. I feel that our score, I actually had us at a 22 to 24, but even our score there, I'm finding that a lot of, you've already funded $5 million plus in other applications on people that have scored lower than us. When we applied last fall, we fell out of the number. I understand some things were looked at differently, but you went down to 16, I think it was, and funded everything, or at least most of everything, and went down. I feel that the fact that we were number 13 of a list of 33, which was originally recommended, and I understand that the board has to look at everything themselves, and based on some of these others, I feel that we're worthy, absolutely every bit as worthy as these others, and are due.
And Mr. Mayor, I would also note that the new school that we were talking about has been passed over a couple of times for larger communities too. So I do think that 10 Sleep has been patient.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Yes, this one's a bit difficult for me. I mean, it's particularly with only a 16% match, and then being that the partial funding is not possible for the project. And so that's why I am hesitant, also knowing that we may indeed have multiple rounds of funding for water projects. But just knowing that it is all or nothing for this project, I think is also just for the town to be aware in this decision-making process when we have so many more requests than we do dollars. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may?
Mr. Mayor, recognize you.
Thank you. I would like to just address that for a moment. One of the issues which I've addressed previously is it's very difficult for any of the towns our size, up Burlington, Byron, Matitza, you name it, any of us, to come up with a larger percentage of the match. We struggled to come up with that, and what we came up with was all on our own. It wasn't, there's no loan or anything else involved in that. I feel very strongly that this federal money that's coming down, it was supposed to be, and one of the points on the system was the smaller the community, you got more points in terms of the thing there, because it is so very difficult for us to come up with it. So when you look at granting Casper, Gillette, I don't care, any of the larger cities that have more revenue, more money, and when you say, gosh, they're willing to put in 50%, so we need to consider that more, I find that to be very difficult to accept, because frankly, we need it more than they do. From a terms of perspective of what can we actually afford to do, we're doing everything that we possibly can. We've got our rates up. We've got every tax that is at the max that we're allowed by law. We have very limited ability. We are, as Mr. Livstone mentioned, a poorer community. We don't have that much. So penalizing us because we can't put more match in, I believe is unfair. And I would ask the board to seriously consider that and look and say, who actually needs this more? Yes, I understand that it may, Casper or a Cheyenne project may look like it's for more people than what a 10 Sleep or a Burlington or a Byron can do. But please consider what we're able to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Mayor, there definitely is that tension, and I'm definitely cognizant of it. I think the entire board is, and appreciate you bringing that to our attention. And I guess I'm trying to just do the math here and want to be clear here. Just because we don't have a motion right after the testimony doesn't mean it's not coming. I guess we want to see how everything's interacting by the end, and also see how many projects folks are going to be here for. But I guess my question would be, I mean, and this also interacts with the staff, when is, and I know we were talking about this earlier, when is the next round of water and sewer? And if we were to supplement that a little bit, I mean, how would that affect your project? I mean, that's why I was asking about the construction timeline. I mean, if you're looking at the summer, and I know until you get the full thing, it's not necessarily moving, but if there was some sort of understanding, that it's very likely you're going to be getting the balance within a month or two, I mean, is that really impacting getting us moving? And so I guess I'll turn it over to Director, ask the chairman if we could get a response from Director Scoggin on the timeline on that. I think the HHS is coming, but when is the water and sewer coming?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, right now it's tied up in the legislative process with respect to the water, sewer, and the HHS. So we have to kind of wait till that gets through joint conference to figure out how much is actually going to be forthcoming. But as soon as we know what that is, OSLI is poised and ready to get that underway as quickly as possible. And I think Ms. Blackwell has a little bit of concern about this in the water sewer program, because I'm not sure it scored as highly under that criteria, and it may not be in line to get far enough down that list with respect to the additional funding that we anticipate will be available.
Let me recognize Ms. Blackwell. Thank you, Director.
Mr. Chairman, The director is correct. The scoring system is different for the water and sewer program. They don't have an opportunity to earn as many points. This project earned a total of 12 points through the water and sewer program. They are close to the end of the list of when they're prioritized by ranking. So if we received $30 million, this would not be, this would not be in the group of applications that would fall under that if we continued the same process that was used when funds were approved earlier.
Okay. Thank you. Further discussion? Okay. I'll call one more time for a motion if there's one appropriate. If not, we'll move on. Is there a motion? There is no motion. Stay tuned, Mr. Mayor. I sincerely hope that we'll come back to this project, and I do feel badly that somehow Tinsley seems to be a speed bump, but with that.
Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Rich.
Thank you. We'll move on to the town of Basin.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just interrupt briefly.
Madam Director.
I understand that now Mr. Bowman from the city of Cody is online. If in fact the board wishes to go back to the city of Cody application, we are still working on Park County. I don't think we've been able to raise anybody there yet.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Commissioner here.
All right. We have a commissioner.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, we
So
do. We have
with the-
Mr. Livingston.
With the leave of the board, we'll go back to the second app on our sheet, which is, recognize Mr. Livingston, Commissioner Livingston, for the new, and this word seems odd to me, septage receiving and treatment facility for $2 million. Commissioner Livingston.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I apologize for not being here earlier. I got a text saying we need someone from Park County, and I just happened to be walking over. So I appreciate you stepping back to this project. I'm hoping that my county engineer will come on to answer any of the technical questions, but it's a pretty simple process we're going through here. Our septage receiving, our lagoon ponds are an aging infrastructure. They date back to at least 1974. It's interesting, they were put in by the Forest Service for whatever reason, and then they decided to give them to the county, and at the time, the county thought that was a great idea. Maybe not so much right now. But we're seeing a increase in rural, folks moving rurally, and you're seeing an increase in septic systems. And this, again, this infrastructure we have, these lagoons are starting to fail. We've bandaged them, held them together. There really does not seem to be any desire from private contractors to enter into a private facility. My county engineer and the folks over there at the city of Cody have been visiting for quite some time about the possibility of a joint venture, and that's what you have in front of you now, is we're asking for I believe it's a $4 million project. We have agreed to a 50% match. We feel it's an important project. And in the long run, the county will build this facility and enter into an MOU with the city of Cody to eventually take over management of this facility. And we just feel with the population going the direction it's going with the city of Cody and the county of Park, that it would be beneficial to have one central wastewater treatment facility. And with that, if you have questions, again, I hope my engineer's on.
All right, I'll keep my eyes peeled to the screen to see if he is able to come on, but are there questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, what kind of fee do you charge people coming on as far as for the sewage? I'm thinking that you're going to have a pretty big hookup fee to be able to maintain this. And so I'm just wondering, do you charge people in the country $1,000 to hook on to this, or more or less, or any idea? That's your engineer.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, it's not really not a hook-on fee because the waste is collected by private haulers, throughout the county, and then they pay the fee. And I do know that up until less than 10 years ago, there was no fee, and we at the county said, this isn't working. And I believe we went to, and I'm going to get told wrong, but I think we went to $65 1,000 gallons. But there's a price basically per load that shows up, and they have worked out the fees, and I apologize for not having those in front of me, but they have worked out the fees and what fees will need to be charged to satisfy this project.
And Commissioner, I'll note that Mr. Bowman's on, and he has his hand raised, but maybe. Mr. Bowman, let me recognize you if you have information on this.
Yes, sir. Are you able to hear me?
We can, yes.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, we have done, as Commissioner Livingston has stated, we have done a significant amount of analysis on what we anticipate for the fee level. As Commissioner Livingston expressed, the county does currently charge those private septage haulers a fee per 1,000 gallons, and it equals or generally runs out to about $65 to $70 per load for those private haulers to haul their septage and dispose of it at the county's existing lagoon facilities. We've done analysis that if that service were brought into the City of Cody wastewater treatment facility, that we would generally be in that similar range of about $35 per 1,000 gallons or $70 per 2,000 gallon truckload. And so that is a cost that the septage haulers currently pay Park County, or in the future would pay the City of Cody, and then they would recuperate that cost from the private homeowners. Typically, a standard septage tank in a county residence is somewhere in the range of 500 to 1,000 gallons, and those septage tanks need to be pumped about once every 5 years. So if that cost is, say, $35 per 1,000 gallons, and a homeowner were pumping their septage solids tank every 5 years, they would have some level of, $35 for the treatment cost to dispose of that waste, and then whatever the private haulers are charging them as well.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bowman. And I see also that there's a Mr. Edwards on.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Brian Edwards. I'm county engineer for Park County, and I'm available to answer any questions that you have as well.
All right, thank you for joining us. Are there further questions? Are you satisfied with Mr. Bowman's comments? Mr. Edwards, if you heard them?
Yes, I'm satisfied. Philip and I have been working on this project pretty intently for a few years now, and so yeah, he knows everything as well as I do, and probably explained it better than I could. But yeah, what he said was correct.
Perfect. Okay. Further questions?
Mr. Chairman, just one other thing of note is this isn't only just satisfying the rural community, the folks that live, away from town out in Park County. We also have quite a bit of Forest Service infrastructure up, south and northwest of us. And that all that comes to to our local facility at the time, and any of the rental, the outhouse rentals, that all is coming there as well. So we're seeing an ever increasing volume headed towards our current system.
So, Mr. Livingston, that leads me to the guest ranches. Are they all part of that, or?
I would say that they are part of it in the fact that, Mr. Chairman, they are part of it in the fact that they are all operating on septic systems. And I talked to one, here a few months ago, and he indicated that they pump out quite more often. They're very concerned about being situated on forest and having to meet the regulations that the Forest Service requires. So on a safe side, he says He generally just has them come once a year and pump their system, which is multiple tanks.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Further questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be asking this question a lot to the staff. Could you speak to their water and sewer score and their likelihood, how far up they're on the other, how far up they are on the other list?
Their score for water and sewer is a 14, and they're within the top 30 million that would be recommended for funding using the same methodology.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'm close to ready to make a motion, but knowing that why this project is initially being managed as by the county, really the ultimate beneficiary, I think, is mainly the city. And so I'm wondering if we couldn't hear from the City of Cody project as well before making a motion, since those two, again, just, they were separate applicants technically, but I think the beneficiary is mainly the City of Cody, or ultimately that's who will own the facility.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I think that would be appropriate. I'm struggling for a motion at this time simply because, the rank for the latter funding that will likely occur, and then also that we just have so many other to hear from that have traveled very far and made a point to be here at the beginning of the meeting, and so I'm also cognizant of that. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So with that, Commissioner, thank you very much. And stay tuned.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the board.
With that, Mr. Edwards, I imagine you're the person to speak to the City of Cody Tree Street waterline replacement, $2,500,000.
Mr. Chair, I think that would be
Mr. Bowman, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so that's okay.
Mr. Bowman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I am Philip Bowman. I'm the Public Works Director and City Engineer for the City of Cody. And the project we've proposed before you is for a existing neighborhood area within the City of Cody that we refer to as the Tree Streets area. This is an area of the city that was initially developed and built in the late 1970s and early 1980s, and the water distribution system in that area is primarily constructed with cast iron and ductile iron pipes, and we do have very corrosive soil conditions in that area and are starting to see pipe deterioration that's leading to frequent breaks and service outages with those repairs. As additional background for this project, in 2019, the city applied for funding from the Wyoming Water Development Commission to complete a water system master plan, and that project and report and study was completed in 2021. And with that study, we took a very close look at our entire distribution system and the problems that we experience within our distribution system related to operational pressures, frequency of breaks, and fire flow, fire protection that's available from our existing pipe network. And this project, through that analysis, was identified as the #1 priority replacement project. So we are seeking funding to complete this #1 priority project for our distribution system. The areas identified in our water master plan were two areas, and the number one priority project specifically around what we call the tree streets, and then the number three priority project of some additional surrounding neighborhoods. And so our proposal, the original budget amount for those two areas, number one and number three, was over $7 million. So our proposal and request is for $5 million to complete the water line replacements in priority area number one and a portion of priority area number three where we have low fire flows. We felt that was a reasonable combination of those two priority areas. So the request is for a $5 million project, and the City of Cody has proposed to provide 50% match funding in the amount of $2.5 million that will be fully funded and available from our Water Enterprise Fund. In addition, our Water Master Plan did outline a revenue strategy with recommendations for rate increases on our water utility. That recommendation from the master plan was to increase our water service rates by 8% per year for a period of 6 to 8 years, and we have completed 3 of those increases, with the last one taking effect in December of 2022. And the specific needs for those rate increases are to generate the amount of revenue for our Water Enterprise Fund to complete the list of capital projects identified in the master plan. So we are trying to fully fund our own infrastructure, but see this as an opportunity to help us kick off with our number one project and get that completed and constructed in 2024 and 2025. So that's some background on the project and the nature of the project and what we're doing with our water system. I would certainly be available to answer any specific questions that the chairman or commission may have.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that this could be a difficult question, with the city and the county, but just wondering if there's any consensus in the full community on priority between the county request and the city's request.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and board members, the projects are really two separate projects, and there is certainly a partnership, as Brian Edwards, the county engineer, spoke to. On this water project, it is specific to the water service that the city provides within city limits and through our water distribution system. On the other project, for septic receiving, that is a situation where the primary service is provided to county residents who are on septic systems. All of our city residents are on a sanitary sewer collection system and provided wastewater treatment with the city-owned wastewater treatment plant. And so what the county project allows us to do is to eliminate the county's existing lagoon facilities and really create a regional approach to wastewater treatment for both city and county residents. We do not currently have the ability to receive septage at our wastewater treatment plant, and the facilities that are proposed with the Park County project would be facilities to allow those septage haulers to enter our treatment plant and dump their loads and have metering so that we can charge them accurately for the amount of waste that they're bringing to that wastewater treatment plant. And then in addition, we would be doing a very detailed cost of service analysis to determine those actual charges to those septage haulers and ultimately the county residents for that treatment of that wastewater septage. So they are two separate, we view them as two separate projects, and we certainly recognize that ultimately the city will take over that septage treatment component that's currently performed by the county facilities. But, to say that one is prioritized over the other is, as you mentioned, a very challenging a very challenging question. I would certainly advocate for myself personally that the city project is the number one priority, but I know Brian and his staff at Park County would say that's a very high priority project for them as well. So, but I would just simply state that, you know, they are two separate service areas and currently performed by two separate entities, Park County handling the permitting and operation of those existing treatment lagoons, the city of Cody operating our wastewater treatment facility. And we really believe this is an opportunity to regionalize and eliminate the Park County system and bring that into publicly owned wastewater treatment facility that the city is committed to operation of in the long term.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this is Brian Edwards. I just like, if I could, just a second piggyback on what Philip said. One other thing I guess to take note of is the county, as far as the match, the 50% match, the county is going to be the entity that's paying that match. So I just wanted to emphasize that. And the other thing is these two facilities are like a rock throws distance from each other. The county facility sits just outside the city limits, sits on the bank of the Shoshone River. So environmentally, it makes a lot of sense to combine these. You know, so that's kind of when we got to looking about, we could really jointly do something that's good for the city because it's right there in the city limits environmentally, to take this aging system out of the system and bring it back to allow development in that area, but then combine those services with a more modern system at the city of Cody. As far as the beneficiary, it really is the people of Park County outside the jurisdictional limits of the city of Cody. It just so happens that when we're done through a memorandum of understanding, the city will end up owning the facility, and the rate structure that through the cost of service that Philip mentioned will be basically to cover operational costs. So we're basically looking to close out the county facility, reclaim that site, and then provide affordable means for disposal for county residents. So the beneficiaries are the county citizens of Park County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Superintendent, any follow-up on that or?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Further comments, questions? Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the staff, where does this one rank? Did it apply to the ARPA water and sewer? And I think it does fall below the 30 million, assuming that that's the amount.
So the Park County application is within the 30 million.
Right. The other one.
And then Cody is teetering on the edge. I think you have this form, this page,
Okay.
this document. So it would be green. We would have given it to you last night.
Okay.
If you look on the second page, halfway down, 1104.
There it is.
And you can see the running total in the last column. The one thing to consider is we have funded some of the projects above it already today. So this list will adjust. Specifically, we funded Lyman and Shoshone, Kimmer, Diamondville, as well as the town of Buffalo, or the city of Buffalo. So all of those were above those. So that threshold mark that is on that spreadsheet is obviously going to be moving down.
And I very much appreciate that. My big concern is this is still in conference committee. So.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Secretary.
I would move the Park County Director's recommendation.
Okay, so that's due fund at $2 million. Park County Septage Receiving and Treatment Facility in City of Cody. Secretary has made that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor.
Mr. Chairman.
Is there any discussion? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I look at Park County here, and they've had a total approved Osley funding of $1,805,000 and change, and direct ARPA funding of $670,000 and change. That's a pretty good chunk per capita, and we're looking at putting in another $4.5 million on top of that. And I guess I hearken back to the town of Tinsley that I'm not sure what that particular county's got in, but I think it's a lot less than that. I would ask that we move that from 2 million to 1 million. It sounds like everything's working now, but this will allow it to work farther in the future. But I'd be more comfortable looking at some of the things that aren't funded on the list of trying to put some haircuts in there, especially when we already have started out with some haircuts. So I would ask to amend that from 2 million to 1 million.
Okay, the treasurer's asked to amend the motion from 2 million to 1 million. Is there support for that motion?
Well, Mr. Chairman, first wanted to talk a little bit about my intent. My intent was that we would fund one of these today, or at least at this time, and then leave the other one for the end of today, and potentially for the water and sewer, because I think with what we're funding above it, both of them will qualify for some water and sewer, and I think there will be a relatively substantial distribution once that gets out of conference. And I do think we have to consider how these two things are interacting. And so I guess I would ask the auditor, was her intent to bring both of them? Because I'm thinking we bring one at this time and maybe just fund it fully, and maybe we could bring them back up and say, would that affect the program? But the answer might be no, and then maybe I'd accept the.
And Mr. Secretary, just sort of staying to form, I want to know if there's support for the treasurer's motion. Is there support for you?
I'll go ahead and amend it. Yeah.
Okay, then auditor, are you in favor of that amended motion?
I am not, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so.
Mr. Chairman, then I'll move forward with the original motion.
Okay, is there support for the treasurer's motion? I'm just going to do it one more time. Is there support for the treasurer's motion? Fails for the amendment. So we're back on the original motion. Madam Auditor, I think the Secretary posed a question.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I like that idea. I think that is, knowing that they are very different projects, that's the case with most entities who have submitted 2 projects, but I feel like perhaps doing one today is more in line with what we've done to other communities, and looking at this not on a strict applicant basis, but the community of Cody and Park County. Additionally, Mr. Chairman, the reason I am inclined to fund it fully, both of these projects, the applicants have come to the table and reduced them substantially from what they put into the water sewer. So this $2 million ask was 2.96 when it came to us originally. So they've already added some skin to the game.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there further discussion? Further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Nay. 1 nay. That motion carries. All right, now we'll move on to the City of Cody only to see if there's a motion. Is there a motion on the City of Cody? Motion on the City of Cody? Hearing none, We'll move on now to the town of Basin. And I note that 10 Sleep we had already dealt with, not with a resolution, but to come back later in the meeting. So with the town of Basin, 3rd Street Water Sewer Street Upgrade Phase 1. The request was for $1,392,384. The recommended amount was for $768,432. And before I recognize Basin, I would like to ask Ms. Blackwell to speak to this.
The reason for the decreased recommended funding is the project wasn't wholly eligible. The work outside of the footprint of the water and sewer lines is not an eligible part of the project. Additional street work is also not eligible under SRF. So the amount came to 84% of the water and sewer portion of the project, because overall they were asking 84% of the project.
Thank you, Ms. Blackwell. Any questions for the staff? If I hear none, I'm going to move to, it looks like I have Mr. Duncan, CJ Duncan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and staff. We're grateful for the opportunity to be here and have a chance to chat with you. I want to first just start off and say thank you to the staff and all of their excellent help with us. We have a lot of new staff here in our office, as well as election turnover, and it's great to have people willing to work with us and help us through this process. So thank you very much for that. We did initially apply for the full scope of the project, which is upgrading a 6-inch cast iron water main to 8-inch PVC water main, which will increase our flow and our delivery rates. We're also upgrading our wastewater system to take out some redundant old clay tile and replace that, and so that we only have one line going through this area of town. That it does service the heavier commercial areas in Basin. So we had initially applied for the resurfacing and asphalt, and as we worked with the staff, we were able to cut that portion out, still maintain our 16% match, and we'll be able to work with that street repair out of some of our own funding that we have saved from the past.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Questions for Mr. Duncan? Questions? Comments? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, move a due fund of 768,432 to the town of Basin for their 3rd Street Water Sewer Street Upgrade Phase 1.
Thank you.
Second.
It's been seconded. Mr. Treasurer, were you seconding that? I heard you just got off the blocks a little faster than the superintendent. Superintendent, we'll carry the second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That nays, that motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Duncan. We're now moving to the town of Pine Bluffs, North Property Wastewater System, $1,400,000. Welcome. Good
Thank
to see
you.
you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. On behalf of the mayor, I would like to thank you for considering our application.
And can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Kim Patterson, and I am the town administrator and treasurer for Pine Bluffs.
Very good, thank you.
In 2014, the town, with support from this board, purchased 318 acres in support of water sustainability. We successfully developed wells on that property and are proud to say that all debt has been paid on the purchase and all related projects for that property. The town originally believed that this lift station and force main project was funded in its entirety. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, significant cost increases have left us at a shortfall. The town is seeking 49% funding for a project that is in place to support several local growing businesses and also prepares the property for inbound and existing personnel that currently commute as far as 51 miles away. These personnel are employed by the town, Laramie County School District Number 2, YDOT, as well as linemen for High West Energy and several other local businesses. In 2022, we increased our water rates, and we have recent sewer rate increases of approximately 20%. And again, I would just like to stress that we believe that we had this project funded in its entirety, and now we are faced with the challenge of making that project happen.
Thank you. Mr. Lidstrom, anything to add?
No, I think that Ms. Patterson has covered most of it. I'm here certainly if you've got any questions on the details. And again, as I think as Kim has mentioned, is, you know, we've actually done some major cutbacks in the project too, and are just concentrating on this force main, which is a primary trunk, you know, from this property into the area. So.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Questions? Questions? Madam Auditor? Oh, sorry. One more time, comments or questions? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
would move to fund at the recommended amount of 1.4 million.
It's been moved by the superintendent, seconded by the secretary. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now move to the town of Ranchester, replacement of DIP water transmission main, $2,750,000. Is there anyone from Ranchester here? Anyone online from Ranchester? We have, nope. Anyone from Ranchester? Anyone from Ranchester? We do have somebody online? No? Mr. Bump, do we have somebody online?
Mr. Chairman, it looks like Peter Clark.
Oh, okay. Mr. Clark, Peter, good to have you here.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
I sure can.
Okay. This is kind of a situation where we didn't want to get into, like with Claremont or Rollins, with our water main coming off of our water tanks. We found out last summer when we were doing a routine repair on an 300-foot section that what we thought was good ductile iron pipe was actually failing, and it provides the whole town with the water system. So we're concerned. It wasn't on our radar until we did some routine repairs, and it turned out that it may be could be catastrophic if we don't repair it as soon as we can. It's a high priority for us. So if you have any questions for me, I hope I can answer them.
Okay. Peter, thank you. Any comments? Any questions? Questions,
Chairman.
Madam Superintendent?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question again on this being one of the larger requests. If there were to be partial funding, how that would impact the project?
Yeah, do you have an idea of what that partial funding might look like in terms of dimensions, half, third?
Even
rounded?
down to a 2 million, what that would
Okay.
do, or
Thank you, Superintendent. Peter?
Hi, Mr. Chair. I do believe that we have discussed this in-house, that the main part that we need to do is get underneath the railroad track and State Highway 345. That would be the most difficult part and probably the most expensive. The rest of it is out in an open field, so we would have to work with that. It's, like I say, it's real, we'd find the funding to do it. We've also gone recently, and this is part of our process, we were already looking at a level 1 water study and a rate study. We were doing this before we found out about this water line situation, so we would work with what we could get be quite honest with you. There are no options for us but to move forward with it. So we could phase it in the harder part first and then work on the upper level in the open fields at a second, be cheaper that part of it. So I think we could do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Further questions? Further questions? Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and having a little bit of a hard time hearing you. But my question is, didn't see this on the list of applications for the October 27th meeting last year on the ARPA water and sewer. Was there a reason? And maybe I'm just missing it. Maybe I'm not seeing it, but I'm not seeing it here.
Mr. Chair, the answer to that is that we didn't think we needed it at that time. So it's just become relatively recently that we found out about what was going on here and took a look at it. So we didn't have an opportunity to put it on that list.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Further questions? Comments? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer.
I would move for the approval of 2.5 million for the replacement of the depth water transmission main, the Tanner, Manchester.
Okay, thank you. That motion has been made by the treasurer. Is there support for the treasurer's motion? Is there support? It's been seconded by the secretary. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nay? That motion carries. Peter, thank you, and congratulations. We're now going to move on to the town of Midwest for Salt Creek. 8-inch waterline replacement project, $3,087,359. Is there anyone here from the town of Midwest? There we are. I saw you yesterday. Good to see you, sir.
Amen. Good to see you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I am Tracy Sutherland. I am the newly elected mayor of Midwest, and I am currently the chairman of the Joint Powers Board also. So I'm not so knowledgeable about what's going on as much as Mr. Swaney is, so he is here with me today also. Thank you so much for hearing us today. We have 7 miles of this 8-inch line coming into the town of Midwest Edgerton, and the Joint Powers Board is over this also. And, we've been dealing with this for years, and we have depleted our reserves accounts by fixing leaks and the maintenance on this line. And we're only asking for the 7 miles to be replaced going through the oil field because the dirt is so corrosive, and it's just been eating this up. And our rates are currently, our water rates are at $60 a month. So it's really pretty high rates. And we had brought the rates up here in the last year also, and we're looking at another increase here in the next year or so also. And so, we are asking for 3.87, 359. And currently, I would like to amend that because the county commissioners so graciously had awarded us $850,000 to put towards this project. And the town of Midwest has came up with $50,000 also, and the town of Edgerton has came up with $50,000 too. And the oil field company, Contango, has matched that also with $50,000 of funds. So that'll gives us another $1 million on this. So we're only asking today for $2,087,359. If,
I like your style, Mayor. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
thank you.
Comments? Questions? Comments? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
move approval of $2,087,359 for the town of Midwest for the Salt Creek Joint Powers Board.
Second.
Been moved by the auditor, seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you so
Pat,
much.
we didn't
Mr.
even give you a chance to talk about it.
Oh, he's been talking.
Well,
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
I want to express my gratitude for the town for looking at those funds, even in the midst of this process. These are very difficult decisions, and we have far more projects than we do funds. And this is much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman and board. Appreciate it.
Pat, go ahead. We walked through the parade last summer, the two of us, and so.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, Governor. So really, we took to heart your comments after the last round of skin in the game and went back to the county, went back to the towns, and then approached Contango. We also have been in contact with NextEra on their wind project. They're going to need water for mixing concrete and the like. And it just happened all so quickly. But we definitely appreciate, and Chairman of our County Commission, Steve Friel, was called away to another meeting. He was going to be also here in support. And Buck King, obviously still recuperating, but thank you for your diligent work, and we appreciate the support. And Representative Alaman had to go back and fight another day upstairs. He was here earlier, so.
All right.
Thank
you very much. Thanks, Pat. All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Excuse me, before we move on, I just wanted to make sure that the board was aware that we have gone just over 50% of our funds. We've spent about 25 million.
If you want to give us the
exact number.
Sure, and I appreciate that, Madam Superintendent.
There's $22,913,388 remaining.
Very good, thank you.
Clarification, is that the 49 million?
Out of the 49 million, that is what's remaining.
Thank you. So we're now moving on to the town of Manville infrastructure improvements. The request was for $17,259,400, and the recommended amount is for $1,494,140. Ms. Blackwell.
The reason for the partial funding is the request was very large. So we asked them to phase the project, and they told us their first priority out of the phases was the water tank. So that is the cost associated with the water tank.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner.
Mr. President, member of the boards, my name is Richard Ladwig. I'm the mayor of Manville. I have with me CJ Walker and Jordan Crane from Sunrise Engineering, which is my technology experts. So hopefully they can answer any questions we may have. I'd like to give you a little background of where we got and why we got to where we're at, and then I have a couple of questions to ask, if I could.
Mm-hmm.
The town of Manville water and sewer system is over 100 years old at this present time. We're sub-irrigating some areas of the town with water leaks that sometimes take a year or two to show up before they start growing real green grass in the arid country that we live in. The sewer system is fairly good. We have a good maintenance man that keeps track of it. This program, if in its entirety, would replace 16,000 foot of cast iron pipe and 15,000 foot of clay pipe is what this is designed to do. In other words, that's the whole town of Manville. It'll also replace all the hydrants in the meters. The hydrants are not standard. They're based on a 6-inch supply system, and we know that we need an 8-inch supply system to provide the proper fire control. The sewer manholes have all got to be replaced because with the new sewer system, it's going to such a depth that the existing manholes will not be allowed to be used. The sewer lines are going to have to run underneath them to get the proper grade to get to our lift station. The lift station is going to have to be replaced because it's got to be placed deeper and work stronger. This water storage tank is necessary because we have a 55,000 maximum gallon storage tank, and for the size of Manville, we need approximately 125 to 150,000 gallons to meet the requirements that exist presently. This started over a year ago with the previous mayor, and previous mayor died in a house fire on the 21st of February, 2022. And that we had an interim mayor that took over from that point on until the election was held in May when I was elected to the office. During that time, our engineers had a public meeting on the 5th of April, and at that point in time, this whole project was looked at costing $9,860,000. Since then, we've come up with a $17 million figure, and that's just an increase in cost. There's nothing changed really than what we're doing. It's just the increase in cost that has occurred during that time. We have, we were part of the 6 penny activity that went on in Niobrara County with the town of Lusk and the town of Van Tassel and the town of Manville. We will receive $2.5 million on the 6 penny over the next 25 to 30 years. Currently, we're receiving $3,000 to $6,000, $7,000 a month. You know how the sales tax works. At this point in time, we actually have $83,937 in our account from the sales tax payments that we've received up to this point in time. Just recently, we received a USDA, we haven't even signed the paperwork on it yet, it's that new. We received a USDA grant for $4,526,000, along with a USDA loan for a 30-year period of $704,000. So we do have some money to start with. I realize this ask is the huge ask to do the whole system because it all needs taken care of. I'm here today, I guess, to say that if we could somehow work a little more than what was on the application. The question I had, if I could interrupt with that, is that one of the towns on the list that had a smaller score than we did, they got like 90% of their request. We got 8% of our request. I realize our request was large, but that doesn't quite seem, in the fairness of things, it doesn't quite seem fair, and I don't know how that was arrived at. Number 21 on the list.
Mayor, if that's the town of Fort Laramie.
Yes, sir.
We haven't quite gotten to it yet, but appreciate.
They got like 90% of their,
yeah,
and they have a lower number than we do.
Yeah.
As far as the score system.
Appreciate your comment on that.
And with that, I think I'll stop with that. And if there's any questions, I'll answer them. Or if I can't, I've got a team of experts that that can, do you have anything? Or
Yeah,
Would-
I'd love to.
is it all right to have Mr. Walker present?
Sure, please. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, so I am CJ Walker. I am the manager of Sunrise Engineering here in Cheyenne. We've been working on this project, and I think what I'd kind of like to do, I think the mayor already painted a pretty good picture, but I'd like to talk maybe of what I think my role here would be with such a big ask. And I think first it's to kind of paint that picture of where we're at on the engineering side, why this number is as high as it is. And then I think probably the question that each of you have is, you know, as we go to different levels of funding with this project, how is it going to affect the engineering that we're doing, the total impact there in Manville? So I'll start off with first kind of where we're at on the engineering with everything. This is essentially a shovel-ready project. We are not submitting to DEQ until we see how much funding we actually have available, because we want the ability to make these changes, do the value engineering, to make sure that you get the most bang for your buck. With such a big project, the beauty of it is that we can make those changes to try and make it fit better the budget while still accomplishing those main tasks. So we are essentially done with it. It is pretty shovel-ready, but we want to see the funding that's available. I believe the mayor did bring it up, but one thing that has happened that I think is important to bring up is since we put in this application, we actually did receive $4.5 million from USDA. They have promised that to the town of Manville. We can certainly make that go a lot further if we can get you know, a similar ask here today from ARPA funding. So that is something that previously was not inside of the application that has since happened. I think that's important to throw in. And we'll see here if the mayor still likes me after what I'm about to say with this one, but I would agree that the water system is the biggest issue there in Manville. He already spoke a little bit towards the fire suppression, the unfortunate accident that did happen as we were engineering this project as well, to make sure that there's sufficient fire suppression through the fire hydrants and the new water tank that goes up over there. But the water system itself, as he mentioned, is about 105 to 110 years old. We are significantly concerned about what may happen if pressure drops down there. You end up with those things like the boil order. My job, first and foremost as an engineer, is to always look after the public safety and security. You know, I'm always trying to think of the citizens. And so if I were to amend this ask, and I think this is hopefully where your questions would be going, is, you know, what would be a logical point to break some of this? I've talked a little bit with the mayor, and I think that especially with the next round of sewer funding, if we could do anything to try and make it more fair, since this is such a big ask, would be to try and take the sewer off of the table. We can keep it running. We can wait until that next round of funding. And that would leave us at roughly, with USDA matching funds, we would hope to make it to 9.3 million. USDA has, as I said, promised about 4.5. That would make an amended ask here of about 4.8. That would get us to replace the entirety of this water system, take care of those issues, the non-compliance, and I would feel much more comfortable that it would not contaminate the water system there. The water tank, as we've mentioned, is the main priority in that it can maintain the pressure in the system to keep contaminants out. If we actually get this larger ask, its priority can fall a little bit in that we can make different changes within the system to make sure that pressure is maintained. So I'd say the minimum ask today for all of you, if we were to take this water tank out, would be a 3.8 million minimum. But with that, I hope that kind of paints the picture. I'm open to any questions or technical discussions with this as well.
All right, yeah, thank you very much for your.
Mr. President, if I may?
Yes.
Also in the correspondence from USDA, they did reference that there was the potential for sewer money coming when they had more money to bring out.
Very good. Thank you. Questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, I'm just curious about the spend on the tank, the 1494. The town of Burlington, that's about 3 times the size of Manville has a tank replacement project for $840,000. And you guys are what, around 100 folks? There are 100 taps?
Yeah, so I can speak directly towards that. One of the big things that we've got is Manville is incredibly flat. So what we require would be an elevated tank or a ground level tank with pumps that will pressure the system. And that was actually an old figure too. We've been doing value engineering since. That was for an elevated tank. We've since found a supplier that we can actually probably take off about 400,000 off of that number that you see there.
So to follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Please.
So to, I guess what you're saying that you can do a tank for about 1.1 million?
Yeah, the tank and booster station, I don't have the exact figures, but I do have for the construction of the tank itself, we can get about, I got a quote for about 550,000 from a manufacturer, a supplier there. And then the pump station, obviously how we design everything and what we're doing was kind of dependent on the funding, but I would anticipate that being about another 500,000 to get that constructed.
That's a follow-up, Mr. Chairman?
Please.
And so that's a cheaper way and a more effective way than doing a tower. A lot of people
Correct.
still put towers in, but you think the booster pumps are going to be the.
Yep, and that is an ongoing discussion as the mayor will bring up. That's where I'm bringing in this value engineering. I feel like this is a huge partnership, and a big part of my job is whatever gets awarded, we make sure that we make that dollar go as far as possible. So I believe we are having a follow-up meeting after we see what is awarded here, and that is one of the discussion items is elevated tank, ground level booster station, and what we can do to make these dollars go further.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. For Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, how many taps are there actually? I know how many people there are.
Off the top of my head, I believe he's got the actual number, but it's about 93.
There's about 93 taps. This morning, my clerk sent out 54 water bills, which included 21 just straight taps. They pay a tap fee of $10 a month just because they want the tap there in case they need to have water. And basically 54 bills. We have like 93 taps but they're not all active at this time.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. President, also, I believe the figures that I worked out, the difference between an elevated tank and a ground level tank to meet the quantity requirements that we need is about $715,000 less to go with the ground mounted tank.
Thank you, Mayor Ludwig. I appreciate that. Further questions? Further questions, further comments? Ms. Blackwell.
Just based on our requirements for water and sewer, and it's different here, but your commitment from USDA, is it a commitment, a pledge? Are they still working on it? Have you submitted your application and they're working on the loan documents? Just how far along in that process are you? Because sometimes that funding at the end of the day doesn't always come through. So I just wanted to know where you were in the process.
We've already signed the initial documents and we just haven't got the final approval on it. But I do believe it's coming. All we have to do is follow their rules, and basically the documentation that I signed said it's basically going to happen.
Thank you, and I do believe we may have USDA approaching the podium, please. Yes, we can, and just identify yourself for the record, please.
Okay, Brenda Allen, I work for USDA.
Right, thank you, Brenda.
We did the underwriting on this. We have obligated the funds. Depending, and the only catch to this is if they lower the amount, then our grant might have to be lowered. What we did is we did a 50%. You know, we figured the state 50, us 50, and we only did the water. We put the sewer off for later.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
follow-up question. So was this potential funding used as match against the USDA loan?
Well, like I said, when I underwrote it, we underwrote it 50% state, 50% us, so.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Further questions? Further questions? Further questions? Hearing none. What's the pleasure of the board?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. I
Mr.
move,
Treasurer.
For approval of $1.1 million for infrastructure improvements. And I'll leave it open so these guys can spend the money where it's best spent.
All right, that motion has been made and seconded, $1.1 million. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion is made and carried. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate everything you guys do. I'm sure glad I don't have your job.
Thank you, Mayor Ladwig. Be careful what you don't wish for. All right, thank you. With that, we now move on to the town of Fort Laramie Sewer, Water, and Well Rehab. $5,205,000 is the request. $5,100,000 is the recommendation.
The purpose for the decrease is there was a portion of this project that was not eligible for funding.
Okay, thank you very much. Is anyone here from the town of Fort Laramie? Anyone here from the town of Fort Laramie? Anyone here from the town of Fort Laramie? Not seeing anyone, we'll move on to town of Cokeville. WWTP repairs. Oh, wait, was that what covered? That was not.
No,
It
Mr.
was not
Chairman,
among us.
we only handled those that had a score of 18 or higher and were
Yeah,
less than a million.
okay, thank you. I'm just looking at my notation. Okay, so we have the town of Cokeville, 427,800. Is there anyone here from the town of Cokeville? Is the town of Cokeville above the snow? Is there, one more time, is there anybody from the town of Cokeville? We do have a hand up. Mr. Grandy.
Yes,
I
this is
recognize you. Are you in a bunch of snow right now?
Yeah, we've been having some snow. Our town clerk and mayor and maintenance officers over in their hall, but I think they're having a hard time having you talk to him. So I'll bring him into my office. I'm the city council person for town of Cokeville over Public Works. So I'll have them come in here because I think my computer's a little better set up.
All right, thank you very much for joining us.
There you go, Stan, right there. Yeah, you can talk to him.
Okay, this is Stan Thompson, the mayor of Cokeville, newly elected mayor, I should say. You can hear me all right, can't you?
We can, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for coming to the meeting today via Zoom.
Okay, this project, we've had several people come and check to find out how come our mixing wheel will work, then it'll quit, then it'll work and quit. And we're actually in violation with DEQ. And we've come to the conclusion that we need to replace the 10-horse motor with a 15-horse motor, the gearbox, the variable speed drive, and the UV system. So, and we actually, we put a 5% match, the town did, but we would have liked to put more, but when we were looking to see what we spent, 5% is what we come up with.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. Questions for the mayor?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer?
we are on the town of Fort Laramie, aren't we?
No, we are on the town of Cokeville.
Cokeville, okay. All right, let me get back in shape. Okay. No, everything's great.
All right, further questions? Further questions? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, move approval of 427-800 to the town of Cokeville.
Thank you, Madam
Second.
Auditor. It's been moved by the auditor, seconded by the Secretary of State. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Mr. Mayor, congratulations. And you are funded. Thanks, that motion carries.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate all you've done for us.
Thanks. We're now moving on to the City of Rollins, Sage Creek Basin Spring and Junction Replacement Boxes, Phase 2B. Request is for $917,548. Is there anyone? Yes, there you are.
Mr. Chairman and board members, my name is Terry Wycombe. I'm the mayor of Rollins, and we're asking for this money to complete phase 2 of 6 phases in our water system. We have successfully replaced the 100-year-old wooden stave pipeline. That's phase 1. That is completed. That was done with about $800,000 worth of ARPA funding, and then a little over $2 million worth of money out of our general fund. We have been on, I don't want to say rationing. If I seem nervous, there's a reason for that.
The guy standing next to you, undoubtedly.
We have been on water restrictions. I want to point out that our water system services Rollins, Sinclair. We also have the Wyoming State Pen as a consideration. And we have had a terrible time with this water system. And I've been the mayor for 2 years, and it's a 100-year-old pipeline, but we're getting it fixed. And so you eat an elephant one bite at a time. This money is to, we're matching it with 50%. And because we really, really need to get this stuff done. And this replaces the spring boxes where all the springs run into these collection boxes and then down to the other box that ends up in the pipeline. There is a lot more to do, but with the timelines with these grants and our ability to do it, seeing that Rollins is like 5 feet under snow at the moment, these boxes are 23 miles south of Rollins. And from there, the pipeline comes to our treatment plant and then, of course, into town. We're very fortunate that we don't have to pump any water to get it to the treatment plant. It's all gravity flow and that sort of thing. So if you have any questions, I or Tom would be more than happy to answer your questions.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mayor Wycombe, thank you for being here. I'll recognize the treasurer.
Yeah. Got a little bit of experience on springs, and some of the things I've heard is that people, if they don't know what they're doing, they can ruin a spring pretty easy. Have you how many springs are you dealing with, and have any of them been rehabilitated?
We have not really messed with the springs themselves because they're actually working well. Mm-hmm. It's just that getting the water from the springs to our pipeline, that's where the wooden stave pipeline was, and it really just failed. It's over 100 years old.
So you're not gonna try to rehabilitate the springs because it said spring boxes and so on, that replacement boxes. So it's I'm hoping you're not going to do anything with them, because that I don't know whether that knowledge actually exists in our world right now on how to do that the right way.
Actually, the springs, excuse me, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, to answer your question is, the springs are working fine. It's just getting it from the springs to town. And so these boxes are the pipelines, the pipes that go from the springs to the main pipeline, they go to these boxes. And then from those boxes to a secondary box, which is a part of this ask.
How many boxes are we talking about?
I'm going to refer to Tom. I'm thinking 11, but it could be 8.
That's it, 8 or 11 springs and 8 or 11 spring boxes?
Spring boxes, correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't have all that specific, but.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor. Further questions?
Mr. Chairman, I would just say I sure appreciate them being here. I don't know how you got here, but I appreciate
They'll-
that
they'll
you're
be
here,
back
and
some-
I won't ask.
They'll get home sometime in July.
Yeah, yeah. I hope my wife's still there when I get there.
She will be.
She
She
snowed
will
in.
be.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Further questions, further comments? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, move approval of 917548 to City of Rollins for Sage Creek Basin Spring and Junction replacement boxes.
It's been moved by the auditor. Is there
Second.
seconded by the superintendent? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for all your hard work.
We're going to move on now to the City of Sundance, 3rd Street Water Line, priority 1 of 2. Request is for $1,310,400. And good to see you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Mac Erickson. I'm the Public Works Director for the City of Sundance. First off, I want to thank you for your consideration of this application. This project allows us to replace an aging, undersized, leaking water line that, to my knowledge, was put in the 1950s. This water line runs through our distribution system and supplies water to a new tank we completed last year. We were able to replace about half of this line. So this will allow us to complete the remainder of it to be able to fill and the tank can operate properly. This line was identified several years ago in our master plan to be replaced. And also, given the age and the steel water line, this project has the potential to replace several lead service taps within our system. Once again, thank you for your time, and I'll answer any questions I can.
Thank you, Mr. Erickson. Are there any questions? Any questions? Any questions? All right, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman?
Let me see if, did you have a question, sir?
No.
Okay. Auditor, please proceed.
Move approval of 1,310,400 to City of Sundance for 3rd Street water line.
That motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Motion carries. Congratulations and thanks. Safe travels back. Just for the pause of where we are to refresh our memories on how much money we have left.
You have $19,157,640 remaining and 1 hour to spend it.
Hey, we're doing okay right now.
You're
Thanks.
moving right along.
Thanks, Ms. Blackwell.
Just
Wow.
keeping you on track.
Jeez. Well, how do you like that? There's respect. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Town of Hewlett, Red Devil Edition Phase 3 Infrastructure Project. Is anyone from the town of Hewlett here? Anyone from the town of Hewlett? Mr. Bump, do we have anyone online?
Mr. Chairman, doesn't look like it.
Okay, we'll move on now to the town of Wheatland. Town of Wheatland. We have design of a replacement water storage tank in Black Mountain. Priority 1 of 2, $623,000. Is the town of Wheatland here? Yes, the town of Wheatland's in the house. There we go.
Okay, good morning. I'm Candy Wright, Clerk Treasurer for the Town of Wheatland, and thank you to the staff and thank you for allowing us to be here. Ray with CEPI should be online with us.
Yes, Mr. Catalier?
Okay, so he's engineer on our project. We are looking at replacing a leaking storage tank, and we're applying for design and engineering funds. And I'll let Ray step in because he's the expert.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Ms. Wright. Mr. Catalier?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for having us. And I think that Ms. Wright is underselling the project. The leak on this tank is roughly 1 million gallons a year. We had an iceberg form on the side of the tank that broke loose last week and sheared off a portion of the ladder on the tank. So leaking like a sieve is probably a better description of the tank right now. It is a safety hazard, not just from falling ice and the water that's formed around the tank, but also for potential contaminants getting into the water. It's a pretty significant issue, and it's kind of a neat, nerdy little engineering thing to see if anyone's ever in Wheatland and wants to see something like that. But we are, this was identified by the town and then vetted through the Water Development Commission as part of a level 1 study. At the time, Water Development Commission did not have any funds to start new projects. So we were advised to wait until this year to apply for a level 3 construction project on the tank. And those funds, if we're successful with that, would not be released until 2024. We want to get ahead of this because it is such a big deal. We want to get the design complete this year so that if we are successful getting WWDC funding for the project, we're able to hit the ground running with construction in summer of 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Catalier. And thank you, Ms. Wright. Any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Treasurer.
The 623,000 represents what percentage of the total cost of the tank contemplated being installed?
It's roughly 10%. And this total amount would include design and services during construction. So take us to the completion of the tank.
Mr. Chairman, they work cheaper than people from the school facilities projects.
Okay. Duly noted. Very, very good. Any further questions, comments?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve 623,000 for the design of a replacement water storage tank, Black Mountain, priority 1 for the town of Wheatland.
Treasurer's made the motion. Is there support for the motion? Second. It's been seconded by the secretary. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, now we're moving on to the town of Pine Haven, Bow Drive Waterline Loop and Fire Hydrant Replacement for $1,085,580.
Right one, there we go. Mr. Chairman, Board of Directors, my name is Carla Brandenburg. I am the mayor of Pine Haven, and I brought our engineer, Heath from HDR, to answer any of the technical and important questions because I only know very little. We have applied for this project back in the fall in your first round of this, and we didn't receive any of it. So we're trying the second time, and as the council, we decided that we would move our match up to 26%, so that hopefully we would move up a little bit in the ranking and stuff and be able to stand here today. So it evidently worked. We are a small town like most everybody else in Wyoming, or a lot of us in Wyoming, but we do realize as a town that we need to be willing to take care and pay our own way as well. So Crook County, actually, as are all of our communities, we put in a 1% tax on ourselves And that brings in about $38,000 a month to the community, which is what's going to help us make that 26% match. So we do know that we have to take care of our own way. This project has been part of our master capital improvement plan since 2008, 2009. The area that we're looking at doing this in has 2 dead-end loops in it, which affects the resilience and the quality of that water line. In that area since 2008, we've had 5 new houses built in there, which doesn't seem like a lot to people from Cheyenne, but in Campbell County. I came from Campbell County. In Crook County and in Pine Haven, that's about 20% of our population, so of our housing. So by improving this area, we'll upgrade the water for those people and build the resilience. Pine Haven has been growing substantially in the last few years. And we currently have 1 subdivision that's been approved and is in the process of getting their lots ready, and another one on the way, which will bring in about 50 more lots. One of those will be in this area. So we would appreciate full consideration of this. And if you have any questions, Heath would be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Carla. Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Well, thank you. And do want to just note the loss earlier this year of one of your firemen. So
Yes.
and
yes.
a couple of your residents.
Pretty
So
tragic, yes.
it was.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
So thank you. If there are no questions, Mr. Secretary.
I'd like to move the director's recommendation for the town of Pine Haven for the Bow Drive water line loop and fire hydrant replacement.
Secretary's moved the funding. Is there support for the secretary's motion? It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
Thank you very much. And thank you
Congratulations.
for all your work from the rest of you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Now we're moving on to the City of Douglas Middle School Lift Station Replacement, $1,455,000. Is anyone here from the town of Douglas, City of Douglas? Anyone here from the home of our state fair? There we go. Mr. Oberlander.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
Yeah, we're with the City of Douglas, and we have a lift station that's in pretty poor disrepair. Picks up roughly 30% of the community sewage. And then there's also a forest main component associated with it that brings that sewage that's collected from the lift station into our wastewater treatment.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Oberlander? Any questions? Any questions? Hearing none? What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
would move to fund as per the staff recommendation of $1,455,000.
That motion's been made by the superintendent. Is there support for the superintendent's motion? It's been seconded. I'm going to give this one to the secretary. Seconded by the Secretary of State. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll move on to the town of Afton. 3-year source water development projection and evaluation study. Is anyone, so we have Ms. Sanderson. Ms. Sanderson, I'll recognize you. And I think we are aware of your battles with the EPA, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can everybody hear me?
We can.
Great. Well, once again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Violet Sanderson, Administrator for the Town of Afton, and on behalf of our council and mayor, I just want to thank you for allowing us the time and opportunity to apply for this funding. Thank you for the recognition of our battles in regards to our source. So our application comes before you with a recommendation to fund a 3-year source water development study for the evaluation and potential protection of our source. The intermittent spring, also known as the periodic spring, is the largest source we have for our water in Afton. The town of Afton has about 2,200 residents. We are also considered the hub of North Lincoln County, which is one of the fastest growing counties in the state of Wyoming. We are home to 4 of the schools of Lincoln County School District number 2, the hospital for North Lincoln County, and many other businesses and entities that utilize our water system. So you can understand the severity of our situation with the predetermination that came forth from EPA. Not only did this predetermination state that we were potentially groundwater under the direct influence of surface water, but also basically shut us out of the option for filtration avoidance. So with that, we have, we had a public hearing in September of 2020. We've had a couple of conversations and a meeting with EPA in January of 2023, where they seemed very receptive to the idea of us being able to move forward to do a full-blown water study for the intermittent spring. There has not been a large water study done for the intermittent spring since the 70s. So obviously there is a lot more available technology today. And so we're hoping to be able to do that. The intermittent spring is the lifeblood of our community, as well as it is, the most clean and efficient way to provide water to our community and our members, our residents and members of the community. And we believe it's something worth having, and anything worth having is worth fighting for. And so that's why we are attempting to do this study, to be able to continue to operate our source in the way that we are. I just want to thank, the Wyoming DEQ. They have been very supportive. Jennifer Zeigment, Keenan Hebden, who I believe is in the audience, as well as Director Parfett, have been instrumental in helping us in our conversations and dealings with EPA, as well as we've had a lot of great congressional support and support from your office, Governor. So I just want to thank you for that. It makes us feel good. Sometimes we feel like the forgotten stepchild over on this side of the state, and having that support has helped us to feel differently. So with that, I will just defer my time to anybody. Maybe, I don't know if Keenan's in the audience and has anything to say. I know Commissioner Connolly is present as well, might have something to say in regards to that, but I would just defer my time to them, but also stay on to be available for any questions you might have.
Sure. And Ms. Sanderson, it strikes me that the filtration system is somewhere in the neighborhood of $12 million that we're trying to figure out how to avoid.
That is correct. And obviously that number is just for capital infrastructure costs. A filtration plant, of that magnitude would require a huge amount of operation and maintenance fees that we just, couldn't even imagine right now with the way that we currently operate our system.
Okay, well, thank you. And Commissioner Connolly is here. If there's anything you want to add, but I think we're probably pretty close.
Really don't want to add, just want you to understand how well your DEQ staff and the staff in your office and everybody has helped us with this issue, which pits us against the EPA. Thank you very much. This is a Wyoming issue, should be taken locally. I appreciate absolutely what the staff and the people do. And that's my only comment. I know you're short on time. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Did you want to address?
Mr. Chairman, no further comments, but we're happy to answer questions if we can.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
Move to approve $600,000 for the town of Afton.
Motion's been made by the superintendent. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the treasurer. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That is funded. Thank you. Motion carries. Congratulations, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. Have a great day.
Thank you. I'm going to pause just to know what our total is at this point. And then we've got a few more projects to go. So.
Mr. Chairman, you have $15,394,060.
Okay, thank you very much. Town of Opal, centralized reverse osmosis system for $368,415. Is there anyone here from the town of Opal? Anyone from the town of Opal? Anyone from the town of Opal? All right, we'll come back to that one too. Now we have the town of Evansville. Emergency Connection Project, priority 1 of 2 for $508,271. Is there anyone here from the town of Evansville? We have somebody online. Mr. Porter, are you here for Opal or for Evansville?
Mr. Chairman, the town of Evansville.
Okay, thank you.
This is actually Chad Edwards, the mayor speaking. I'm in the office with Mr. Porter.
Okay.
The town of Evansville provides water for the town. Our plant infrastructure is aging, has some repairs necessary. So that was evident, and this project was actually started about 5 years ago to make the connection to the regional water system to provide clean water to the town in case we do have an issue or a failure in our plant. That project was started but not completed due to funding. So that leads us to our request today, which is to complete that project and make that connection to the regional water system to be able to provide clean water to the residents. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Any questions for Mr. Porter or Mr. Edwards? Mayor Edwards. Any questions? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move $508,271 for the town of Evansville's emergency connection project.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. That motion has been moved. Is there a second? Second. It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
You're welcome. We'll now move on to the town of Claremont, Water Street. Sorry. Water Street, Clear Creek Avenue, water line replacement. My friend, Mayor Schock is online. Chris, the floor is yours. But we can't hear you because you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
We sure can.
Thank you for considering us for this project. This project would finish up the water lines on the east side of town. As you know, the railroad divides Claremont in half, east side and west side. The lines we have in town are ductile iron. They're approximately 45 years old. As you know, a couple years back, we had our emergency water line replacements from the water tanks to the town. Governor Gordon, you were instrumental in helping us get that problem resolved. But yeah, this would clear up. We'd have all new water lines in the east side of Claremont. They'd be all poly lines. And whenever I look at projects, I think about what it will do for generations 50 years down the road. So I think I stand for any questions that you guys might have.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. Are there any questions for Mayor Schock? Any questions? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
move approval of 647879 to the town of Claremont.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there support for the auditor's motion? Second. It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? Chris, congratulations, that motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're now going to move on to the Town of Wamsutter Tower Rehabilitation Project. The request was for $695,058, and the recommended amount was for $191,808. Ms. Blackwell or Ms. Sewell, any color on that?
The only color on that is that's what was remaining
That was,
in our funding out of the 49 million when we were
Okay.
trying to make 49 million go.
okay.
They got the leftover.
Okay, so we are still sitting there with probably what, 14, 13 something?
14.2 million.
14.2. Okay. Now, mind you, we still have a few projects that we promised to consider. One was the town of Slib. And then we also have Cody, Fort Laramie, Hewlett, and Opal. So, but Slib was the only one we really spoke about coming back to in the meeting here. So with that, do we have anybody here from the town of Wamsutter? Town of Wamsutter. Also under the snow. Town of Wamsutter one more time. All right, we'll move on. We now are in the list, at least on my page, of the projects that we placed on this list in yesterday's meeting. So I'll just quickly go through those. City of Lander, Sheridan County, 2 projects. Town of Shoshone is funded. Let's see, it would be City of Torrington and City of Casper, Town of LaGrange, Newcastle, Byron, and Glendo.
And Grable. We didn't,
And Grable. Okay, where's Grable?
second page, the 42,000.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's funded. On my list, the town of Grable was funded, is that correct?
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and I think of all of these, I think the city of Newcastle should have been on the original list. So I would hope that we could maybe start with the city of Newcastle on this back list, if that would.
Hearing no objection from the board, I will take the city of Newcastle. So is there anyone here from the city of Newcastle? Oh, there you are. Okay, thank you. And I think we're familiar with yesterday, so questions of specific to the town of Newcastle. Any questions? Any questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the amount of $1,008,858 to the city of Newcastle for the Duff Avenue Sewer Improvement Priority.
It's been moved by the treasurer, seconded by the superintendent. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. Did you have an aye as
Yes.
well? Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I was thinking of having a motion on the Public Works facility for LaGrange. And I'd love to hear from them again, although we did hear from them extensively yesterday.
Okay,
I would move that we fund Town of LaGrange for a Public Works facility project in the amount of $975,241.
$975,241. Okay. Is there any
I would
support?
I would second, Mr. Chairman.
Have been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Any questions of the town of LaGrange? Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Congratulations.
Mr. Chairman?
And Madam Auditor, before we get too far along, I just want to keep in mind Slib, but go ahead.
I am ready and willing and happy to address Slib if you
Okay,
are.
whatever works for you. I'm mindful these were not on their first list and we kind of walked away from Slib.
Mr. Chairman, kind of knowing where we are with the funding, I am ready to make a motion on Slib for positive funding in the amount of $4,349,877. And Mr. Chairman, my reasoning on that is they've really pared that down, and knowing that the project is in peril with much of a reduction, I think we really rely on people to say when they can take a haircut. And if anything, I think we've certainly had people step up to the plate and come up with more money. But I think the flip side is that folks need to be honest and willing to say when our shaving off really is catastrophic to the process. And I'd like to get them done and on the road and going on this and that way it's cleaned up and without having to go to the next meeting. So Mr. Chairman, hopefully I have a second, but that's my motion.
It's been moved, it's been seconded by the treasurer. Thank you. Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That is funded. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Now, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move $750,000 for the town of Byron for their wastewater treatment plant immediate needs. And we got that email yesterday, stepwise, about how we could think about funding a portion of this. And I think that's a good start. And depending on where we're at the end, maybe we could do a little more, but I'd like to move that at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Is there support for the Secretary's motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
There you go. All right.
Mr. Chairman, may we have a quick balance check?
Yep.
$7,128,934.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just was wondering if staff had any update on trying to reach out to Fort Laramie. That's one of the big items left that's on the recommendation, and we definitely, I think at this point, like to hear from them before we move forward with other action items.
I do not believe we have heard back from them.
Okay. And remind me from yesterday, did we have a discussion of the town of Glendale?
I do not believe we did have a discussion of the town of Glendale.
And I don't know if Mr. Budd is here to be able to address the town of Glendale.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I am here on behalf of the town of Glendale. And I apologize for their not being here yesterday. I'm the ad hoc public works director, I guess, for the day. We have a failing water system there. This request is for what I would call emergency repairs to the water system. The original also included street. That's been removed from the request. It's a community of 200 people, primarily retired on fixed incomes. Works off a well system. The current water delivery system is losing about 19% per year. That's the engineering calculations. The engineering on this was done out of reserves that the town had. And it is, as you know, a 100-year-old system. it is an immediate need and would appreciate your support.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Madam Superintendent.
Question for staff. Was this funded in the October, or excuse me, was the town of Glendo funded at all in the October round of ARPA funds? Oh, I have the list here.
They were not. I believe they do not meet the requirements because of the match requirement of 15%. So this would be their one opportunity to be funded.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
Why the rank clear down to 13? This is the last cat in the barn, I guess. And can we use I guess we can use these funds for street repairs too, is that correct, or? You know, we've been doing sewer and water, I'm not sure if we did street repairs on some of these or not.
Mr. Chairman, at the
Yes.
request of staff, the street repairs were removed from the request. The request is now 3.1 million. So the street repairs were taken out, and this is strictly water system.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can the staff speak to the low score? I mean, was that before they removed the street repair?
No, so they received 2 points for the project being designed. They didn't receive any points for match funding. They didn't receive points for source of match funding. They didn't receive points for it not being a water and sewer project. They received extra points for the population that they served. They got 2 points related to their AMHI. This project doesn't eliminate compliance. It's not regionalization. There is no plan for completing the project after the ARPA funds are gone. There are the availability of additional funds, they had not received any. This does not promote economic development. There's no formal maintenance plan. And this is not a partnership. So there were a lot of zeros in areas of points.
Mr. Secretary.
Got a question for Mr. Budd. Is there any area on the spectrum where it would help you get to the finish line on this project? Or is it kind of all or nothing? Is that kind of your attitude on it? Or is there an area where maybe we could help move this along?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, thank you for the question. Yes, I think there's a lot of room for further expansion, other grant applications. As I said, it's a town of 200, 80% of the people are retired, including most of the council. There is no public works director. There's nothing. I simply got engaged because they showed up on my front lawn and asked for help. I think that what I'm trying to work with the town on is getting the thing started, doing the things that are immediate. We have areas where there are junctions that are cobbled together with irrigation pipe, plastic pipe, metal pipe, the full gamut, and those need to be corrected before we move on. So the opportunity to apply for other grant sources, the opportunity to expand. As an example, the town raised their water rates by 50% last year, their minimum water rates and their other rates, to start to deal with the maintenance piece. So I think any amount that would be available would be helpful to the town to get going and get the engineering done and move this forward. And I've made a commitment to them to continue to help move it along. And so I think that that commitment remains. Thank you for the question.
Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Mr. Treasurer.
So they probably haven't gone to water development and asked for a plan or anything like that, or any study as far as what they need or where the real problems are. They're just, when something blows, they grab duct tape and a radiator hose and go for it.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, you're exactly right. They have consulted with water development, however, and there is an engineering firm who spent a considerable amount of the reserves of the town on getting the engineering done. The total picture for this is probably about a $30 million complete water sewer to rebuild it. As many of you know, I've talked with a lot of you. This is a a situation we have in almost every small town in this state, and I think we need to start moving forward on it. So anything we can do to get this moving, it would be appreciated.
Mr. Budd, can I introduce you to Brenda Allen right behind you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
you,
Further,
Mr. Chairman.
further questions? Further questions? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I got a question for staff.
Okay, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can staff lay out the outstanding projects that were recommended that have not yet been funded due to either a lack of a motion or somebody not being here to testify? I think we're approaching.
So, from the original recommendation list, it would be application 10 for the city of Cody in the amount of $2.5 million. The next one would be the town of Fort Laramie, number 21, for $5.1 million, and we're working on getting her a link so she can talk to you all. The town of Hewlett, 25, for $1.4 million and some change. The town of Opal, $368,415. And then finally, the town of Wamsutter for $191,808. And then on the items that were added to the list, you have City of Laramie, or City of Lander, sorry, number 11. Sheridan County, number 3, for 1.5. City of Sheridan, number 9, for 7.5. The town of Torrington, number 24, for 1.3. And City of Casper, number 39, or 1,200, for $3 million. Number 21, town of Grable, for their capital improvement plan, $42,500. And then Glendo was the last one.
Mr. Chairman, one other follow-up question. So that's about on the outstanding projects that had higher scores that were recommended originally. That's about 7.5 million minus the Cody, lack of a motion on Cody. And then that's also assuming Fort Laramie's grant is 5.1 million. And then the remainder left, it's actually probably about that, would be how much is left?
How much money is remaining? You have $7,153,934.
Okay.
And thank you, Mr. Secretary. Please proceed if you want to.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think we should hear from Fort Laramie. I was prepared to make a motion on Glendo for somewhere in the 800,000 to million range. It would be nice if we could get a direction on Fort Laramie, how much we're gonna fund that before we start. I think with what's remaining, and while some weren't here, I think we should also give some deference to the higher scores on some of these other projects. So certainly want to hear from the rest of the board, but
And let me, where I was sort of weighing in here, we have two very large requests that are on the list that we added yesterday. There has been some conversation about them, and I just wonder, in the process of trying to get these other links in place, whether we want to look at the city of Lander and the city of Sheridan, the Table Mountain Living Community, and the Fifth Street Career Development Center. Is there some direction that we want to provide for either of those? Either or both?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I can
Madam.
certainly sort of give my thoughts on those, and then they can be, amended by other board members. I think the Table Mountain project is a very good project, and I think, I look forward to figuring out some sort of ARPA funding for that project. knowing that it is not a done deal, but extremely likely that we will have more funds coming to the HHS program. None of these other projects we're dealing with fit in that program. That one does. And also knowing that it is not quite ready for prime time in terms of knowing exactly how much can be related directly to COVID. I don't know that we're quite ready today. And that's not different than what happened last fall. Just for, for new board members, those large dollar HHS projects, there was an immense amount of back and forth over the course of months, not over a couple days, not the night before the meeting, So I just want to make sure I say that to say that is not an unfavorable statement. So I am not ready to fund that today. The Sheridan Empath, I feel more or less the same way about that one. We have given that project a large amount of money already, 5.9 million. And I think there's some things to be worked out with the match on that. So I would prefer to hold that off until the next HHS meeting. And again, trying to get everything funded that we can, diverting more to the HHS program where we have found it's harder for projects to qualify. And so sometimes we have less qualified projects there. The Fifth Street Career Development Center, amazing project, really good idea. I think the tie to COVID is tenuous and just, I know that probably most everybody in the room has read the guidelines. Water sewer projects are I don't want to say a free pass, but they are presumptively eligible under ARPA, meaning none of these applications have to justify why their water and sewer project is related to COVID. Any non-water sewer project does, and I do not think the application and the materials I've received have little to nothing to do with COVID. If that tie can be made in the future, I really look forward to having more discussions, but I cannot make that tie today. So, Mr. Chairman, those are just my very quick thoughts on those, and why I will not be making a motion on those today.
Thank you. I didn't know if anyone else had comments on this. I certainly think your comments are in order, and I also underscore the fact that this doesn't mean that our willingness to fund them is either compromised down the road or with different programs. So, Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, I would just add to that as well on application number 24, City of Sheridan, simply because of their prior funding of $3.4 million in prior rounds. I would not be prepared to make a motion today either.
And you mentioned 24, City of Sheridan. Did I hear that, or is it City of Torrington? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any further comments on conversation on those? Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think that hopefully we will get something from the town of Fort Laramie. I was kind of prepared to offer them about $3.25 million, just because it was a large project and they had several different things in there. I thought that they could probably put that money to good use. But and it's a small town. It's the same way as Slib was and Glendo. And I think we've got a lot of the small towns left over here. Although I do think that we should probably consider Casper as well, as far as where they were in the mix from the previous one into this one. So we've got, as always, we've got more mouths to feed than we can. Some of these folks that haven't shown up, I wouldn't mind speaking to a couple of those, Mr. Chairman. They're smaller numbers that I think we might have a county commissioner that knows something about Opal, perhaps. And as for the town of Wamsutter, they're in the Red Desert. I think a water project is always appropriate in the Red Desert.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Treasurer. I do note that Mr. Eisenhower is on. Mr. Eisenhower, I'm going to just ask that you tell us, because we've talked a lot about a lot of projects, so if you can tell us which project you're.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize for not being able to be on sooner. But I know you've been discussing Fort Laramie, and we're the engineer for the town, helping them out with the funding for that project. And so I apologize I wasn't able to get in sooner, but if there are questions on that, I'd be willing to help out.
Okay, Mr. Eisenhower, the request is for $5,100,000. So the request was for $5,205,000. The recommended award was for $5,100,000. We are sitting here with about $7,153,000 and a few projects to address. So,
sure,
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent, and then I'll go back to you, Mr. Eisenhower.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I just, along those same lines, questioning of if there was to be partial funding, if they could still move forward and what that would look like.
Mr. Eisenhower.
Yeah, I can certainly address that. Is there availability for partial funding to continue their process of updating their water and sanitary sewer pipelines? Certainly, yes. I think the town's hope was we're just completing a phase 3 project up there right now. That includes both removal and replacement of old and outdated water and sanitary sewer pipelines. And I think the town had hoped, because of, streets constantly being tore up and so forth over several years now, the idea was, boy, let's try and get this over with this project. Is there the ability to do a portion of it? Absolutely. The town's hope, though, was to try and get this all taken care of for the residents, so it didn't feel like for 10, 15 years they're going through all kinds of construction through town. So is there ability? Yes, there is.
Okay, Ms. Blackwell, a quick question for you. Again, we have a bill in conference committee, which hopefully arrives. Would any of this maybe fit in the water and sewer?
I believe they were not eligible for water and sewer funding originally because their match funding wasn't secure. Let me double check that again.
And I think probably Fort Laramie is like many of these towns. The ability to secure match funding is pretty limited.
Mr. Chairman, to that end, can any of these funds that we put forward today be used as match funding through the ARPA program? I guess it has been, but I don't know if it can be prospective.
Currently, their application shows a $1 million match from Wyoming Community Development Authority and $525,000 from USDA. Both of those funding sources are marked pending, so they would not be eligible to move to the water and sewer program.
But if they were settled, then they would be.
If those funding sources were approved and in place, which is the requirement of the water and sewer program, then we would be able to consider them under that program.
Okay.
I guess my question was, can these funds be used for the water and sewer program or for the WWDC? The Wyoming Water Development Commission.
This doesn't have Wyoming Water Development Commission funds in it. It has Wyoming Community Development Authority funds in it. They probably could go to water development for funding, but that cycle is quite a long cycle to get that.
I'm
funding.
just curious whether these ARPA funds can be used for match funds. Yes. Okay.
As long as the other funds that they are matching them with don't preclude it. So if you're matching other federal funds, it may be a issue.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Madam Auditor.
Mr. Chairman, just looking what we have left and the money we have left in conversations, bringing in conversations we had yesterday, I'd really like to address Casper. Would
Okay.
that be timely?
Casper. And I'm sorry, we're sort of bouncing around, but we are down at the bottom of the barrel, so please.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of $2 million for Casper for, application 39 and/or 1200 for WWTP MCC replacement. And as we discussed yesterday, I know it's never an eye for an eye, but this is sort of, you know, the project that we only funded 1/3 in the water sewer last time, rated a 19. So both of the projects are rated very highly. I think that is not fair because this is never fair, but equitable. So move $2 million to Casper.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Governor, we'd like to thank you very much.
Oh,
We'd
you're
like to
welcome.
thank you very much and the board for your consideration. Thank you so very much.
Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Sure.
Yeah.
And it was good to see you at the game last night.
Yeah, it was good. It was a good game, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. It was good to see you there.
Yeah, well, thank you. All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Madam Auditor.
Just one other note in our considerations, two of the projects that we didn't get to hear from, Opal and Wamsutter, recognizing that those did score lower, but I would also note that the town of Wamsutter was an eligible water sewer project and scored high enough, I believe, to probably be within an addition, you know, again, we're betting a little bit on things we think are going to happen, but it will likely, it was scored a 14 on the water sewer program. So I think that one will probably have another bite at the apple.
To Opal, Madam Auditor, I just want to know if the staff believes that might also meet that requirement.
The town of Opal cannot be considered under the water sewer program
Okay.
because it's 100% financing.
Right. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I would move approval of $42,500 to Town of Grable for their capital improvement plan. It's a low dollar amount, and this is exactly what we want people to do. This is so they come in with dialed-in requests. It's a low dollar amount to save hopefully a lot of money and be more efficient later.
It's been moved and seconded by the treasurer, moved by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries and is funded.
Mr. Chairman.
Balance check, just while we're there, and then I'll recognize the treasurer.
$5,111,434.
Thank you.
Because the town of Opal is not going to get a second bite at the apple, I would propose that the town of Opal be funded for $368,415 for their RO.
Thank you. It's been seconded by the superintendent. Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? That motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just kind of evaluating what's left, and I was gonna make a motion for $2.25 million for the town of Fort Laramie.
2.25 for the town of Fort Laramie.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. Balance check.
You have $2,493,019 left.
Thank you.
Beth, one more time on that, please. 2493019.
Okay, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I was going to move $1 million. I move $1 million for the town of Glendo for their water repairs.
That's been moved and seconded. Is that a second, Mr. Treasurer? It is. Okay. Thank you. That motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. All right. What is our remainder at this point?
We're matching up. We're making sure all of our numbers match, but it's approximately 1.5.
Okay, okay.
Mr. Chairman.
We could do this with federal dollars and just say it's about 30 million. Okay. Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we're looking for that final balance, I don't know if it was discussed, the town of Hewlett's project, if that will be eligible for future.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, it is high up on the list.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Secretary, before you make a motion.
I'm not going to make a motion.
Okay, fine. Please go ahead.
Just would like to see us asking the Crook County folks if they had reached out to Hewlett. Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I guess we keep asking whether any of these, the remaining ones are eligible for the other potential funding. I'm just wondering if we could just recap which ones are, I'm not sure if I can follow my sheet anymore. So I want to recap which ones are left and whether or not they have any potential future funding.
So the ones that I have that are left are the number 10, City of Cody,
Yep.
Tree Street Water Line Replacement. Town of Hewlett, Red Devil Addition Phase 3 Infrastructure Project. Town of Wamsutter Tower Rehabilitation Project. City of Lander, Table Mountain Living Community. Sheridan County Empath Crisis Stabilization Unit. City of Sheridan, Fifth Street Career Development Center. City of Torrington, well number 16 Connection. And I believe the others have all been funded.
Okay.
And I just want to get the final tally before we make motions. So
Yeah.
that we're on agreement, but thank you. And actually, I'm impressed we've come as far as we have. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not making any motions, but I would ask the board whether, I think one path forward would be to hopefully get testimony from Hewlett and if we approve that project and then the remainder for the tower rehabilitation project and then hopefully that would also qualify the remainder of the 700,000 for the future water and sewer. Because I think we could do a portion of project 1056 if we did Hewlett. So that's one pathway forward, but would really like to hear the town of Hewlett from them. We're doing motion.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, I think I might split it up a little bit and maybe give 300 grand at Torrington just to help them along. I think it would at least provide a match if they needed to get some loan money. And when we look at Wamsutter, I'd like to at least get 50% there and then put the rest in Hewlett. So it's I think accomplishing a lot of the other ones. There's some of them in here that I guess I look at were more about not fixing things that are broken, but basically putting more funds into development. And it seemed like that was kind of a stretch for me in these areas. I think we need a full-fledged development program that helps developers and helps in times of annexation and other things that happen in the county. But we don't have that program in front of us. I don't know if this one always makes the best fit. But I think we've done good work today, Mr. Chairman. I think that everybody's really stepped up, made some really great recommendations, and I think we're moving along quite well.
Very good. Well, thank you. I'm going to recommend that we, unless you all have a final number, I'm going to recommend that we just take a very brief break. Okay. We are at 12. I'm impressed that we got to the point we did, and this is supposed to be a hard stop. I am going to take a little bit extra time, see if we can reconcile this, if that's okay with everybody. All right, so thank you. We'll give probably 10 minutes. That probably means more like 15. Thanks.
all agree, in agreement upon?
Yes, sir, we are. So you have $1,493,019 to spend.
Everybody finally agreed with the number that you first reported.
Yes, sir.
Wow, I am so impressed.
Well, I'm always right. I told you the other day, I made one mistake.
Yeah, but it was an error that you, yeah.
Ask
right.
my husband.
Okay. All right. Well, members of the board, here we are.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman?
As Kevin reminded me, and I hope I get this right, Winston Churchill said, it's not the beginning, it's not the end, but it might be the end of the beginning. All right.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a motion here. I don't know, we'll see if we get any support or not.
Okay, and Mr. Treasurer, before you get to that.
Sure.
That we did spot a hand, Mr. Harkins. Mr. Harkins, let me recognize you just before the treasurer gets going.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can, yes. Can you identify what you're speaking to as well?
This is Jeff Harkins, the Director of Public Works with the City of Torrington. I also have in attendance Mayor Herb Doby and Clerk Treasurer Strucker. I would just like to comment on the project that we have on the list. We haven't had the chance to speak to that yet. We would like to reduce that amount of funding that we requested of 1.3 million to what we think we need to get this project off the ground. We already have matching funds in this at 581,000. If we could potentially get from the board today an additional 450,000, that would allow us to get the project under construction with the potential to add the RO unit and the backup generator at some future date.
Thank you very much. Torrington has always been great about being
I think so.
451, is that correct? Or 450?
450.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Harkins.
And thank you for your consideration.
Okay, and it's a great segue to go to the treasurer.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Chairman, I guess, excuse me, that I would recommend that we fund the town of Wamsutter to the requested amount. The recommended amount was just the balance that was left over to balance out to the 48 million, I understand. So 695,058, and then 450,000 for the city of Torrington, and the balance would I'd put it to the I guess where you guys want it. I'd probably put it to the town of Lusk, but I'll leave that part of it open. So what would we have left with 450? 695,058.
I have, with what you've done so far, 1,145,058, is that right?
That would,
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Treasurer, your motion was to fund 450 to Torrington and
Yeah,
the full amount to Wamsutter, is
Right.
that correct? So
Yep.
that would leave us with 347,961.
Okay, I'm doing it by hand, all right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, Madam Superintendent.
is it possible to split the motion and handle Wamsutter and then go back to the split?
Okay. So,
Mr. Chairman, let's well, if we're going to split the motion, I'll just go ahead and go for the city of Torrington at 450,000.
okay, so well, that motion is made. Is there a second to that?
Second?
It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, madam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand the validity of this project, just knowing again that we have potential future funds, and because they received 3.4, I mean, that was a significant dollar amount in the last go around. I just want to be mindful of all the other projects that received even less funding in the first go around, and make sure that we're looking at those moving forward in a grouping together and not pulling one off the list. So I'll be a no on this vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary. Mr. Treasurer,
Yeah, I
sorry.
guess, you know, I look at the sheet that we had out here and you know, you had the city of Cheyenne at over 12 million and they've got $1 million. The Casper got 2 million and they had 9 million previously. You look at Park County, they got a couple of million and they had 5.7. And if you, in the OSLI, they had it now it's about 7.5 million. So, you know, we took some of these off because of the amount of money that they had, and originally I agreed with the superintendent that the Goshen County did get, you know, 3.5 million or whatever it was there, but we're going down from 1.3 to 450. I think that's a reasonable amount considering the other areas that and where we're at.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Further discussion? Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Madam Auditor.
I do have a question on this document. I don't see the water sewer funding to Torrington.
It's already funded. If you look at Torrington, it's the first line. It's ARPA Water and Sewer Wastewater Treatment Facility for $3.5 million.
Yeah, 3.5. Was that Goshen County or Torrington?
It's City of Torrington.
Oh, City of Torrington.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, there's two. It's on there twice. There's
Oh,
a
it
town
is?
of Torrington and a city of Torrington.
Oh.
That's where I'm,
Sorry.
okay.
There's the town of Torrington.
Mm-hmm. It's just some small cares.
Payroll
Thank you,
stuff.
Mr. Chairman. That was my confusion.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, thank you. Further discussion? Further discussion? Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries. I think we have 2 noes. So, and 3 ayes. Is that correct?
I was an aye.
You were an aye. Yep, 3 ayes, 2 noes.
Mr. Chairman?
And Mr. Secretary, I see that Hewlett is on. If it, I mean, I don't want to steal any of thunder, but
Yeah.
is it all right if we, okay. Hewlett, or I see Hewlett too, so if you could identify yourself, we'd appreciate it. And if you're speaking, we can't hear you. It does appear like you're unmuted, but I don't know if your microphone's not working or. Mr. Bump, any recommendations if?
Mr. Chairman, it looks like they're on and open.
All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and recognize the secretary. And
Well, Mr. Chairman, I was just going to propose, and I'm not making a motion, I want to be clear, I do want to hear from Hewlett and the 2 remaining projects that were above the cut, the tower rehabilitation project, and then this Red Devil Edition Phase 3. I think what we could do now, we have about, I think, it's $1 million outstanding, a little over, is if we could fund half of those each, and that would get us to $1 million. And then both are pretty high ranking in the water and sewer. And then I think we'd be able to get both of those across the finish line eventually. But I think that's one pathway forward is to fund both of those half and half, or half for the Hewlett project and then the rest for the tower rehabilitation project. And I think that would be about half.
Okay, so what we have remaining is $1,043,019.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
I'm sorry, can the secretary please repeat that? I had the town of Hewlett and then what was the other project?
The tower rehabilitation project, the last line, 1056.
Oh,
That's still outstanding. And I was just thinking
yes.
we could do about half and half. I think that'll, or have half a Hewlett and then the remainder for the tower rehabilitation project. And I think that's going to get us pretty close to half of that. And both of them are on the water and sewer list. So I think that's it. I'm prepared to make a motion if people are, but I would like to hear from Hewlett first. And
Mr. Chairman?
Yep. Madam
First
Auditor.
off, Beth is making funny looks at me, so she may have something to say, but my only other comment, it might be, my thought might be to, knowing they're both good projects, they were rated, I believe, equally under, yeah, they're both 14, so both are again primed for the next round. Just in the essence of efficiency and maybe ease on staff and ease on the project, I would maybe say we go ahead and fund Wamsutter, get it out the door. It's already come before us. This is the second time. That would be 3 times. I know the same thing can be said for Hewlett. But my thought would maybe be go ahead and fund Wamsutter, dispense with it. That way that's one less application that staff has to deal with, that we have to deal with. And then Hewlett, the balance to Hewlett.
And would that balance be 347,961?
That would be the balance I had, correct.
My grade school math skills are working. Okay. So we have a couple of suggestions, and I'll give the town of Hewlett one more try. And I see in the chat, that's from us. Well, what I will say is that our broadband initiative is going to go. Okay.
Hello?
Yes, and you may have to speak very loudly.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry about all that confusion.
Yeah, this is Ted Parsons, mayor of the town of Hewlett, and with me is Melissa Bears, the clerk. And been listening, but had trouble getting hooked up. What our project entails, the town of Hewlett virtually has no rentals, no lots for sale to build on. We're basically blocks. Golf course, it's selling $100,000 plus lots. Rocky Hill and Rancher to the south of us willing to sell land. About a year and a half ago, we bought 27 acres to the north of the town. That is a flat alfalfa field. Have it basically engineered to put in sewer and water. Most of it will be residential. There's a All portion Highway 24 that will be commercial. Have it zone commercial. Put up for sale a couple of times. We're going to lower the price and put it back up. All the river lots are about 8 lots right on the Belfouche River. Number of people that are very interested in spoken very strongly about wanting to have.
Yes, and this housing development is really crucial to the economic health of our town. Like I had said in my application, so many of our big employers, their employees are having to drive to work, and which in turn is kind of creating a little bit of the shortage that we're seeing in employees.
Well,
One
terrific.
last thing too. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say too, if we are able to put the infrastructure in the new development, it'll also kind of complete our water and sewer to a location that's been in the city limits for a long time, and the property we just purchased has not been. So it will kind of complete the entire circle for our town.
Thank you. I'm going to recognize the secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you being here today. We are running out of money. We got about $1 million left, so we have kind of two options on the table, and one is to fund this about halfway, and the other would leave about $400,000, with the understanding, with the hope that ultimately the project would be funded out of the water and sewer program. So I guess in terms of timing, and I guess neither of those options are full funding, but what's the timing on this? And you know, how would the fact that you wouldn't get the full balance today in either of those options, how would that affect your timing?
This is Ted Parsons, Mayor again. I don't think it would affect it a great deal. We have about $500,000 our special purpose tax. That is passed for the county. So $5 million, part way through that. So actually, we probably, with anything you can give us, especially if it's half, probably progress this summer on water and roads.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a question now for the staff. Part of why I kind of was leaning towards the half and half approach, and I'm not wedded to it, but part of why I was leaning towards it is I thought it might be able to help on the match. But remind me what the match situation is on both of those projects, and also what they can and can't do, because I'm not sure they can use ARPA as the match on that. I think that's what you said, right? I wasn't here for the October meeting. I wasn't on the board, so that's why, if you could remind me. So maybe that advantage isn't there.
Correct. The town of Hewlett is on the list. They're eligible for water and sewer. They were on the list the last go around. They are amongst the top applications that would receive funding through water and sewer. Honestly, I think funding a project half here and half water and sewer could raise some difficulties. Then you're tracking two different grants. You have to make sure that your costs are split between the two grants rather than having one grant that the entity has to track and report to.
Mr. Chairman, I have a follow-up.
Okay, please.
What were the proposed cost shares, though, on both of the projects for water and sewer?
Town of Hewlett has 16% match in. What was the other thing? It's the same for Wamsutter, so both of them have 16% into the project. So the reimbursement rate would be 84% of the project cost.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
in that case, and in hearing from the staff that it brings complexities to kind of have that partial funding, I'm wondering, given the balance that we have, if perhaps it's better to put that balance towards Hewlett, gets them relatively close, but still cuts a bit off, and then look to Wamsutter in the next go-around.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, and I think this was asked, but I'm sorry, I was just struggling to hear the town. Can they get this done with that amount? Because if we do that, that doesn't really solve the problem of splitting the project if they come back. And I apologize, I think that maybe was asked, but I couldn't hear. Or maybe it wasn't.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Treasurer.
Could you, I guess, elaborate? You said something about $500,000. I don't know whether or not you said that the town had generated $500,000 that you could put toward this project or not. I need some clarification on that.
Yes, we have special purpose tax passed by the county in 2018, maybe 2020. Anyway, what the tax is set up to do, 5 entities within the county and the Moorcroft, Pine Haven will receive that amount of money. Tax is shut off.
Boy, I feel like I'm talking to Jerry Mathis here. Anybody remembers that old singer? So I heard that you had a special purpose tax in the county and that you were getting some money, but we did not hear how much for this project. Just give us the dollar figure and maybe it'll come across.
This is the clerk, Melissa Bears. Yes, we have money set aside from a tax that we collect, as do other towns in the county, and we do have enough funds to complete that project if you were to 100% fund us.
If we were to give you $1 million, you could complete the project.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman?
Please go ahead.
Although the auditor is giving me looks, so I don't know if she's prepared for me to make a motion.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I still don't think that answered my question. She said if they were fully funded. So the request is 1.4. If we gave you $1 million, would you be able to complete the project?
I believe that we would be able to, yes.
Okay, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I would move to fund the remaining balance of just over $1 million to the town of Hewlett.
I'll second, and just for the record, that amount is 1043019.
Yes, that is correct. That leaves the town of Wamsutter without funding. That's correct. Okay. All right. All right. That motion has been made. Is there a second?
I second it.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion?
I would just say that, Mr. Chairman, thank the town of Midwest for the Salt Creek $1 million that they remitted back to us so we could fund Hewlett.
I very much appreciate that, and I want to remember Wamsutter, so.
Yes.
Yes.
Otherwise, we are ready to take a vote. If there's no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. We have no money left.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would just note that I will absolutely not let us forget Wamsutter. I spent many, many weeks working there in the oil field, so I will remind us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. With no objection, I'll just call us adjourned.